On get up compte, le système plus à compte. On get up compte, le système compte. Le système spiritual. They declare video. Declare video. Declare for you to laugh, but the action has to change.
We better have a donation. What's showing that? Starting to show all this business, just the
address and
watch out. I got to the rent so that we don't see all this. I'm making five.
Chocolate.
Kuja. Yes, sir. Mbona screen iko empty?
Anataka kusikia hapo. Hakuna input. Ilete input. Basi.
Mwambie akuje huko.
Bado. Bado.
One.
Oh, okay. I want to make an announcement. So maybe we should go out.
Abdul.
A very good morning to you all. How you doing? Hey, how you doing? Okay, my name is very, very important. Some people are here to discuss today. It's good to see you all. Remember, we are having this conversation here because something is really important for Kenya. We've got students of civil society, we've got government representatives, we have creatives here. And as we start today's conversation, we are using the hashtag Viva
Ecco fatto.
anche io.
Possono.
Viva democracy. Hashtag empowering next generation.
Ni sikizi hii mic.
And you see the next generation here. Which
Check. Check.
you know. We have baby boomers. Okay, kuna millennials. Kuna Gen X. Kuna millennials.
B.
Gen X wako. Are they the same thing?
Check.
All right. Hashtag empowering next generation. And then finally hashtag IDG 2023. Now, the hashtag to celebrate today. And to kick off this celebration,
Check. Check.
very important thing, please help me welcome
Check. 1, 2.
stage. We give a cup to
1, 2. Check 1, 2. Kwa sawa? Kwa sawa, so ni ile speaker.
Viva, viva, viva. Viva, viva, viva. Viva, viva, viva. Amazing, amazing thing behind me.
Kama kuna simu kwa kujenga na simu. Instead of laptop.
Taanza kutuletea ile story ya
Dole anatumia hii sasa hivi. Sawa. Just join. What is?
Abdul. Unaweza kuongea na wewe vipi?
Just one
Alafu hiyo shida umetoa. Ndio story kama Abdul. Abdul. Latif. DJ.
Kuna kebo nimebakisha njano. Chatu mbele. Chatu mbele nimebakisha.
My guys, I need to stream that already. Hello, that man there. So what is this will never be yeah. No, I think this is very important. Very important. Yeah, that's the
Kama nikiweka bana kwa hii itaisikia.
So, all together, okay. Is that a way? If it's down, what else do down? I don't want that.
Thank you so much.
How can we do that?
So, you know, the world actually is only a reflection of the kind of people that we are living. That we are chaotic human beings ready to change the world. Yes, and it's going to show by how we relate to one another, how we relate to our environment even, and how we take care of ourselves. So let's try and be watching ourselves. Because that's very
One, two. One. Check. 1, 2. Check.
That's my brother from another side. Yule anaitwa the international global Kilombao, the super, the great. Empowering where? Empowering who? Empowering the future. Kabla tuanze prayers, tutafanya national anthem, tutafanya leo kuna performance ambazo tunaanza kuziona zinaendelea. Kamera ikifikia na hivyo huyo anayeongea anaitwa mimi pia najua kuimba. Watu wa Nairobi wasisumbue. This activity has kama vijana hai ikonie kisauni ya nyani say hi. Hiyo ni nyani. Boli. Ni Abdul.
1 2
Umela? Okay, wow.
1 2 1
Abdul kamera yenu
Where you going? Ladies and
unatusikia?
gentlemen, uncomfortable.
Sawa. Nataka audience interact hivi.
Boy,
Unasikia vizuri?
yes. I think all the boys out.
Okay, sawa.
Yes, as well.
Hello.
Now we stick together.
I was thinking, let's go. Hatutaki nini? Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. Viva democracy, viva! Viva democracy, viva! A good morning to you all. My name is Michael Shira, the MC for this event today. And I would like us to first, once again, appreciate Iboyi and the band. Let us appreciate DJ Shipi. Let us give a big round of applause for ourselves who are here today. Now, before we proceed, let us all
I
stand
control vizuri.
for the national anthem.
Sawa.
We will sing the first stanza of the national anthem.
Simameni for national
Then there is
anthem.
the
Habari tusimame.
national anthem.
National anthem.
And then we will have a session of prayer and we can officially begin. So, all right, Jishi.
Habari, rudi, habari.
Thank you very much. Don't take your seats yet. I would like to, I'd like to invite Shafi Juma and Dorcas to lead us in prayer.
تفرق من ذلك وتفرق معصومة لا تدعنا لأن شقيا ولا مرحوما ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا la donna mi la offerta, la sera mi la fabbrica, la marina mi la scelta, la mazlum mi la nascosta, la حادث المحادث من المرضى ويسكر على رب العالمين وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Therefore, participating for the democratic administration you are the law and the power. We will be faithful to your very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guests, our development partners, members of civil society, community-based organizations, our young people, Kenyans in general, people of goodwill, Viva Democracy, Viva! Viva Democracy, Viva! Good morning to you all. Today we are joined here by very special groups of people. And we're going to have really candid discussions about good governance and democracy. And I think it's important to talk to each other. So we've got representatives of government who are here. We have got different people working around the issues of democracy and good governance. We have got our next generation who are here. Please raise your hand. Now, we are handing over to them. Yeah? So it is good that they are here. So we're going to have very candid conversations together about issues that matter to us and are very near and dear to us as Kenyans. We're also joined by an online audience. We have got participants from Kisumu. What for Kisumu? If you can see us and hear us, please wave. Excellent. We have got participants in Mombasa and we've got participants joining us from Marsabit as well. The theme for today's celebration is empowering next generation. Empowering so that they can secure democracy now and in the future. What is the theme? Empowering next generation. Like I said, I don't know how many of you have been working around these issues of democracy and good governance for at least 10 years. Who has been in this sector for more than 10 years? Lift your hand. I'm not going to say how old you are. I have more than 15, more than 20, less than 5. So you can see, we are very few, isn't it? We are a dying species. Why are you ready? Take out your phone. Go to democracy. Please tweet something about and if you're happy to tweet, you can say the NC is looking good. So I'll give you just 2 minutes to do that. The first 5 people who tweet are buying. You're done. Ahead. What are the hashtag? Hashtag IPD 2023, hashtag empowering next generation, and hashtag Viva democracy. The world must know we're here. They must know we're here. And those who are here can follow us online. Remember, you can follow the proceedings in streaming live on Forum Civ YouTube page and also Forum Civ ESA on Facebook. So you can tell your friends who are not here that they can follow proceedings on those pages. And the event today has been organized by Forum Civ, the support of the Embassy of Sweden, together with other key partners including Handy Africa, Creative Spills, African Censored, Siasa Place, Badili Africa, Youth Cafe, and Buri Media. Umaliza kutweet? Are you done? How come this is you? And I want to see for saying. So keep tweeting using those hashtags. And now as we begin, I would like to invite on stage to give his opening remarks Jackson Obare, Regional Manager, East and Southern Africa Forum Civ, to begin a coffee please as he makes his way to the stage to give his opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Viva democracy, viva! Viva democracy, viva! Viva! I'm very excited to see all of you this morning. First and foremost, we are very much privileged to have our chief guest, the Lady Justice Fatuma Sichale, representing the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. Very excited to also have on board the Embassy of Sweden, represented by Annika and her team, Electoral Commission, represented by Moses Suturi, Beatrice Amoro for the Office of the Registration of Political Parties, Stephen Cheboy, Office of the Ombudsman, Faith Wamburi, 2022 political aspirant and active citizen representing the next generation, Gloria, school captain and president of the Moi Girls School, Nairobi, civil society represented here by their heads of these organizations and their members. People who are in the diaspora, we can see them in Mombasa and Kisumu as we wait for the ones in Marsabit. Good morning once more. As we celebrate this day, the International Day of Democracy, the theme, empowering the next generation, the essential role of children and young people in safeguarding democracy today and in the future. And indeed, as hands were being raised, coming up in the sector for quite long, I think there's a number that are under ideas who haven't been vaccinated, but they are eager to participate in this space. So allow me then to make a few opening remarks as I welcome each and every one of us to this wonderful session for interactive sessions this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, young people are the current and future custodians of democracy, and we are finding many unresolved global, continental, and regional conflicts, as we have also seen coups that have been happening the last couple of months, especially in the West Africa, the threat of climate change and economic obsessions that all pose a constant threat to a growing democratic or growing democracies around the world. We are also further seeing technological progress where new media, social media forms present new avenues or frontiers for accessing and publishing information and content that is sometimes not regulated. Young people are the major consumers, either as content creators or users of this information that are in social media platforms. Sometimes this information in these platforms can create a damaging effect on them. This year's theme, therefore, as we celebrate International Day of Democracy, is dedicated to empowering the next generation by focusing on their critical role as children and youngsters in ensuring democracy today and in the future, and by ensuring that their voices are included in the decisions that have a profound impact in the world. Global challenges that have also been compounded by the COVID-19, political turmoils. We have cases of Russia-Ukraine war, as mentioned about the coups in West Africa, political crisis in Sudan, and long-standing conflict in our neighboring country, Somalia, and our own political tensions that often come even after we have elections in our country, have the capacity or the potential of destroying the capacity of the current generation children and the youth to be effective democratic leaders in the future, because the very environment which needs to be conducive for them to learn will have been destroyed, and they have no room of contributing anything in a democratic society. Further, most of the developing countries in the global south are also aware there are myriad of challenges, including resource constraints, high corruption, unemployment of the youth populations, and many more, thus limiting their capacity to respond to ever-changing social, economic, environmental, and political issues. But also we have other challenges that have been underestimated over a long time. Spread of mis- and disinformation and the manipulation of social media platforms, which erode the quality of public discourse and the distort information, making informed decisions to be more challenging. However, I think through these social media cases in Kenya, an example, Kenyans on Twitter have influenced government decision-making processes, and the cases where appointments have been revoked due to online campaigns. So it has a positive and also it has also other negative sides. However, many people, including youth, need to be made aware of the emerging multipolar world with competing nations silently waging war. The rise of political or the rise of local influencers, a profession that did not exist the last 10 years or a decade ago, is flourishing, and sometimes at the expense of democracy. Indeed, influencers have also become guns for hire at times. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme, emphasizing the importance of engaging young people in democratic processes, it also recognizes that the youth of today are the leaders in their own rights and will be strategic partners and the change makers of tomorrow, and that their active participation is important to the continued success positive impact in their communities. Democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights are foundations of resilient, inclusive, and peaceful societies. They underwrite our freedom, advance sustainable development, and they protect the dignity and the rights of every person in this country. Therefore, it is not enough only to listen to children and young people, and we must do these three things. The president has also been on record saying, Mambo ni mangapi? Mambo ni mangapi? So I have 3 things that I want us to think about and reflect on as we empower the young people to be the future leaders. We must support them with massive investments in education, skills building, and lifelong learning. Second, we must protect human rights and advance gender equality in this endeavor, and we must expand spaces for meaningful participation of the young people in decision-making processes at every level. As the former Liberian President, Sir Helen Johnson, said, freedom and democracy are not just not ideals, they are the bedrock of our society and the hope of our future generation. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we collectively must act to ensure that our democratic societies thrive, and we should never keep silent when the world around us is in turmoil. As state and unstate actors, we must protect our voices as a collective. And Martin Luther once more said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Thank you all for coming and for joining us in celebrating this International Day of Democracy. Viva democracy, viva!
Viva!
Viva democracy, viva!
Viva!
Thank you so much.
Asante sana, tupige makofi Jackson Obare. And Jackson, before you leave the stage, we want people to come and talk about what it is they're going to do. And of course, we don't just want to sit here and discuss. We want to leave here having committed to doing something to protect our democracy. So Jackson, we have got our democracy pledge here. You co-sign and say, I agree. And what is he agreeing to? You know, lawyers, we say the devil is in the detail. So I pledge to uphold democratic values, promote inclusive governance, foster peaceful coexistence, protect freedom of expression, support responsible leadership, promote social justice, engage in civic responsibility, nurture a culture of empathy and compassion, embrace sustainable development, and spread the spirit of democracy. I like what Jackson has said. Young people are leaders in their own right. Sindio? Young people are leaders in their own right, and they must be given space to participate meaningfully in democratic processes. Thank you so much. Tumpige makofi tena. I can see we are joined by our audience in Mombasa. Mombasa, kama mnatuona, please wave hello. Abulio ni picha ama Ebu toa form 13A tujue kama hii ni rigging ama this is really true. Kuna watu Mombasa? If Mombasa, I don't know, you know, sometimes technology fails us, but Mombasa kama mko, please wave your hands so that we can see you there with us. Sawa. As they are preparing, I would like to call our next speaker on stage. This is a man who is known internationally for the work that he does in protecting and promoting good governance, democracy, and human rights, and very often at great personal cost. Please help me welcome Hussein Khalid, Executive Director, Haki Africa. Give me your mic.
Viva democracy, viva!
Viva!
Viva democracy, viva!
Viva!
Forward with the empowering next generation. Forward! Forward with empowering next generation. Forward! Wajua kule kwetu naona screen imefreeze. Lakini hapa I'm expecting to be more energetic. Sindio? Viva democracy, viva! Viva! Viva democracy, viva! Viva! Forward with empowering next generation. Forward! Forward with empowering next generation. Forward! Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Kama mlivyoambiwa, majina naitwa Hussein Khalid. I'm the Executive Director of Haki Africa. which is based in Mombasa, but is a national organization. We have an office here in Nairobi, and our intention is to spread democracy, to spread good governance, to spread rule of law and access to justice, not just here in Kenya, but across the continent. So I am very much honored to stand here before you today to speak on behalf of fellow comrades, brothers and sisters in the civil society sector on this extremely important day when we are marking democracy, not just here in Kenya, but in the whole world. This is a very, very important day, and it is coming at a time when democracy is at a standstill. When democracy everywhere is being challenged, when democracy is facing hurdles in every corner, not just of Africa, but of the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, many have defined democracy as a rule of the people, for the people, by the people. And this basically means governance and management of public resources is supposed to be done with the people at the center of everything. Governance that is geared towards enhancing livelihoods of the people. Governance that is geared towards ensuring human rights of the individual and communities at large is respected, protected, and promoted. Unfortunately, here in Africa, in the last couple of months, we have seen democracy being tested. Whether in Niger or in Gabon, military coups have taken precedence over elections and nomination of leaders. Unfortunately, in different parts of Africa, we are seeing every other day elections put at test. Money has not been poured. So we are today standing here celebrating the International Day of Democracy, when we know that as civil society, we are facing huge challenges. In our own country, even as we are preparing to come in here to discuss, talk about democracy, as part of the leaders who are seated outside, we are actually questioning ourselves about Chapter 6 of our Constitution on integrity. How is it that individuals who are corrupt, how is it that individuals who have misused public resources, how is it that individuals who have stolen, individuals who have taken away from the people, can then go back to those same individuals that they caused a lot of harm and damage, and then get elected into public offices? So the question we are asking today, where are we as Kenyans? Where do we stand as Kenyans in terms of defending and promoting democracy? It is easy to point fingers at others, but we need to ask ourselves, what are we doing as individuals to move this country to the next level? Ladies and gentlemen, in my remarks, I wanted to concentrate on the role of each one of us in promoting democracy. As civil society, we have been at the forefront, and many comrades who are here today have done the best they can to try and push forward the agenda of democracy in Kenya. However, that cannot be attained, that cannot be achieved if we do not go back to the common Mwananchi and ask them what they can do for this country. As they usually say, ask not what the country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So the challenge that we are faced with here today, as leaders from the judiciary, politicians, civil society, the private sector, the constitutional commissions, the question is, what are we doing to empower the local masses? If democracy is about the people, then everything that we do must not be about our own selfish interests. It has to be for the people. If you're in the private sector, ask yourself, are you doing it for personal gain, or are you doing it to improve the lives of the people? If you're in the judiciary, ask yourself, are you doing it for the salary? Are you doing it for the prestige? Or are you doing it for the people? If you're in civil society, as majority of us here are, ask yourself, are you doing it for yourself, or are you doing it for the people of Kenya? This is the question, and this is the challenge that we have before us today. And that is why today, this year's theme, empowering next generation, becomes extremely important. We must view ourselves as individuals who want to be in this for the long run. And to be in this for the long run does not necessarily mean that you as the person have to continue doing it. What are we doing to pass on the baton to the next generation? Whichever sector you belong to, ask yourself, how can we improve that particular sector? And doing that by empowering the next generation so that they can come in and fit into our shoes and even do better than what we have done. That is why it is extremely, extremely empowering to be here today as we discuss this important agenda of empowering the next generation. And we are appealing to the youth, the young at heart. Remember, you are not leaders of tomorrow. You are leaders of today as well as tomorrow. So there is no next generation, I dare say. That next generation is already here, and they are the generation of today. And we are asking the young at heart, the youth, I left that bracket a few years ago, that you must stand firm. You must stand firm and demand to be included, to be part of those decision-making processes, and to ensure that you actually do it for the people, for Kenyans, and for everyone, so that we can prosper, not just as a country, but as a continent. As I conclude, I want to send a message to everyone out there that as civil society, we remain united, we remain firm in defending democracy, in defending good governance, in defending the rule of law. As civil society, we must make sure that we unite the different forces that are out there. It matters not where we come from. It matters not how we do the work that we are doing. What is important is that we come together. And during this International Day of Democracy, I want us to commit as civil society that the differences we might be having among ourselves will not affect the challenges that we are faced with on a daily basis. And as civil society, we are ready to stand together with Kenyans to push this agenda forward. And on that, I say thank you very much, and looking forward to the deliberations and discussions in this conference as the day goes by. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Hussein, tupige makofi tafadhali. Hussein, before you leave. Yes, just sign anywhere. He has said very important things. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Whatever it is that you are, whatever position that you have been given, there's no position that is too small, there's none that is too big. You have a responsibility to ensure that the position that you have been given is not for your personal benefit, but for the benefit of others. Silvio, yes, that is what we're here to pledge and to discuss. Now, Hussein said, there's nothing like the next generation. Next generation is already here. Would you like to meet that generation? Yes? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite a very special group of young leaders from Moi Girls Secondary School. Please come to the stage. Let us see who this generation is. And I want you to very keenly look at these faces, because very soon there will be election petitions that are being filed because they will have been running for some position or the other. Please take a microphone and introduce yourselves. Tell us a bit about you and the positions that you hold in the school where you are. So we can start from the far right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olivia Njeri from the Moi Girls School, Nairobi, and I am a student leader in my school and also a national winner of the Kenya Science and Engineering Fair under the mathematics category.
How many of you at that age had such accomplishments? Excellent. Next. It's okay, you can use that mic here.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
We are the girls from the prestigious school, as you heard, Moi Girls School, Nairobi. We are here to represent the new generation. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Tumpige makofi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela Osiago. I am a student leader in the Moi Girls School, Nairobi. And I was also the partner to Olivia in the National Science Fair under the mathematics category, and we became the winners.
Hey, excellent. Excellent. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Viva democracy.
Viva.
Viva democracy.
Viva.
My name is Winnie Nduta, a student leader from Moi Girls School, Nairobi, the deputy school captain academics. Yes. And I'm very excited to be here today. I've had a lot right now and I'm excited to hear more. Yes, thank you.
All protocols observed. Viva democracy.
Viva.
Mosaic. Viva democracy.
Viva.
So my name is Angela Gitonga, a student leader, the deputy school captain administration. And so far, I'm just shocked. I'm bewildered by the events that are taking place, by what I'm learning right now. And I wish to experience more of that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hey, let's give them a better round of applause than that. These are the ones who will be running the country in a few years. And you know, it is good to start doing lobbying early. Sindio, you know, many of us, when you see us here in the next 20 years, we will be senior citizens. So, that kitty for senior citizens, when you get where you are getting to, muongeze kidogo. Sawa. Let me take a picture with these people because I must say I know leaders. Eh? I know leaders. Let's. Hey, wacha nipanguze kwanza. I must say I know important people. Pick a picture. Viva democracy, viva. Bas, me I have a photo with them. I don't know about you. You will find them over lunch hour. Thank you very much. Glory, please remain. She's the one who's going to give her remarks on behalf of Moi Girls Secondary School, Nairobi. Tuwapige makofi, please. Glory, karibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. My name is Glory Okerosi. I am the school captain of the prestigious, or as well you might call it, the Cream de la Cream School, Moi Girls School, Nairobi. I stand before you to talk about a topic of utmost importance, the critical role that I see children play in safeguarding democracy, both today and in the future. Democracy, as we know, it is a system of government that thrives on the active participation and engagement of its citizens. While we often focus on the responsibilities of adults in upholding democratic values, we must overlook the significant contributions that we children make. First and foremost, children are the future of our societies. We are the ones who will inherit the world which will be left behind. Therefore, it is crucial that you equip us with the knowledge and skills necessary to become responsible citizens. This is by installing democratic values from an early age and teaching us about fundamental rights, importance of freedom of expression, and the value of diversity. We possess a sense of idealism, curiosity, and creativity that should be harnessed and encouraged. Our fresh and unfainted minds can challenge established norms and offer innovative solutions of the societal problems. We also have the power to influence our families, friends, and communities. We are often the ones who bring home new ideas, concepts, and social interactions. By engaging conversations with our parents and peers, we can raise awareness and promote democratic principles within our immediate circles. Furthermore, technology has become an integral part of our lives, and we are often at the forefront of its usage. We can use technology to positively impact democracy. This digital literacy provides us with the tools to engage in online activism, raise awareness about social issues, and mobilize support for causes in conclusion, the role of children in safeguarding democracy today and in the future cannot be overstated. By empowering values, let us work together to provide children with opportunities and support they need to become active as citizens who will shape a better and more democratic world for generations and generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. That's my presentation.
Hey, to begin my coffee, very well done, Glory. And she said, harnessing the power of technology. Sindio, how many of you are parents here? When you go home, what is the first thing your kids do? They grab your phone and start playing games. Sindio? Yeah? Imagine if they could grab your phone and then start having conversations about these important things. Wouldn't that be amazing? We have a critical mass of young people having conversations about how to make our democracy work and good governance a thing that everybody upholds and appreciates. I'd like to back the students from Moi Girls Secondary to please come and sign the pledge, starting with Glory here. Sign anywhere on the banner. And as they are coming to sign, remember we're using which hashtag? Eh? Hey, Mazi, I can tell you, I can tell who went to 844 and who is doing CBC. We're using hashtag hashtag Viva Democracy, hashtag empowering next generation, and hashtag IDD 2023. I can see after Hussein had a bit of a candid talk with Mombasa people, they are back, but in kama wamefreeze tena. We will get them. Hussein usijali. We will get them. We will get them. You know, the government is one of the most important players when it comes to this conversation about democracy and good governance, isn't it? We can't just be the ones here talking about it. Well, those who are actually mandated to do something about it are not involved in the conversation. Isn't that right? Yeah? And so I would now like to invite to stage the director, or rather a representative of the Office of the Ombudsman, Stephen Cheboy. So like I said, the government is definitely one of the key players in this conversation about democracy and good governance, isn't it? How many of you have ever tried to run for a political position? Who has tried? Yeah, you have. And you did it. Yes, but we will hear from you in a short while. Now, I don't want from you first. Anybody else here who has ever tried to run even for a position in school? Entertainment prefect. Dining hall captain. Where are they? You know those positions came with some privilege, isn't it? Eh? You ate 2 extra pieces of meat during lunch hour. Eh? Your bread was buttered nicely. Your tea had sugar. Eh? So these are just the training grounds that we have for you when you decide now that you really want to learn for a political position. Let's hear from somebody who has actually been in that space. And I want to invite to stage Faith Wambui, 2022 political aspirant and active citizen. Faith, please join us here on stage. Me, I want to hear this story. Do you want to hear it? Eh? I want to hear this story. Faith, karibu sana.
Thanks, Mike. Viva democracy, viva. Viva democracy, viva. Advocate for the development of our region. My name is Faith Nyanjui. I'm 22 years old and driven by a relentless passion to challenge the status quo of our country and my region. I ran for office, a parliamentary seat in my home constituency, Kegumo. And even though I was unsuccessful, the indomitable spirit and unyielding resolve to serve my community drives within me. So thank you so much. As Thomas Jefferson once said, we do not have a government by the majority, we have a government by the majority who participate. So today I come before you to ignite the spirit of participation and to inspire you to be bold in taking up leadership positions and holding our governments accountable. So democracy, ladies and gentlemen, is not a mere political system, but a way of life, a beacon of hope, and it brings forth individual freedom, equality, and justice. So it empowers us to shape our collective future, ensuring that the voice of every citizen, regardless of their age, gender, socioeconomic background, is heard and valued. So in the words of Nelson Mandela, a champion of democracy, it always seems impossible until it's done. So I want to summon us young people to take the courage and challenge the status not mere spectators, we are active participants and in determining the course of our nations. It is power that it is not power that corrupts, but the fear that we have. We must hold our governments accountable in ensuring transparency, accountability, and good governance through our collective voices and build a system that truly works for the people. To overcome the apathy that plagues our societies, we must cultivate a sense of solidarity among the youth, engage in open dialogue, and listen to diverse perspectives and recognize the strength that lies within us. As former President Barack Obama once said, change will not come if we wait for some other people or some other time. So this is the time we have been waiting for, and we are the change that we seek. My dear friends, change begins with us. We must empower the next generation, which is actually this generation, by providing the necessary tools, knowledge, information, and opportunities to change the world that we want to live in. For some other person or some other time, we are not waiting for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for, and we had the change that we seek. In the words of Malala Yousafzai, one book, one teacher, and one pen can change the world. In conclusion,
The International Day of Democracy serves as a poignant reminder of the power we hold as individuals and collectively. Let us not underestimate the ability we hold as individuals and collectively. We must hold our governments accountable and champion for the cause of democracy. As we celebrate this day, let us remember the words of Abraham Lincoln, who said, "Government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish on earth." So together we can forge a future that upholds the principles of democracy and secures a better tomorrow for the generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A big round of applause for her. But before you go, Faith, tell us, you are a 2022 aspirant.
Yeah.
For what position and where?
I ran for a parliamentary seat, that is MP, in my home constituency, Kegumo, and I was 21 years old then. So I summoned the courage. So I'm walking the talk actually, not just saying. I want to challenge the status quo, and I want to encourage and inspire the younger generations to summon the courage as well.
Okay, we have the next generation of leaders here. What, just one sentence or two to encourage them in their journey of leadership?
Okay, one, it is not easy. You have to summon the courage, but it is doable. As I have said, it seems impossible until you actually do it. So let us be strong and take the courage to take up the leadership roles.
Excellent. Let's give a big round of applause for that. Hey, it is such a courageous thing to try and run for a political position. Let me tell you, the money, the mudslinging, the long hours, the lack of support, even from your own family members, they look at you and say, "You're 21 and you're trying to run for MP. Akili yako iko sawa kweli?" You know, it's a really difficult thing, isn't it? Yeah, so congratulations to you. And we hope you're going to run again.
Yeah, I will. Next election.
Okay,
Yeah.
Excellent. Please take a marker pen and sign the democracy pledge.
Okay.
Yes. Now, how many of you have ever visited a government office? Ukaenda huko, Ministry of Lands. You get there and you want to do a search for your title deed. And the guy tells you, this gentleman who does that work is on leave. Come next week. You come next week, they tell you, go to room 315. You go to room 315, there's nobody there. They tell you, come back in 3 days. You come back in 3 days, they tell you, that title, your title is potea. But if you do something kidogo here, I can manage to get you something. How many of you have had such an experience? You had to, until you got tired, you said, "Ata kama ni haki yangu, me, I'm going home. Wacha ikae." So, did you know that there's actually an office that deals with those sorts of things? Who knows what that office is called? Where do you go when you seek public service and it is not working for you? Unaenda wapi? Do you go to John Allen at African Census? Where do you go? Where do you go to report? The social media. Ombudsman. Who has heard of the office of the ombudsman? Anybody ever heard of anything like that? Only 3 people. Nanyi mnaendanga wapi? Where do you go to complain? Social media. Twitter is... Okay. Let us hear from this office of the ombudsman. And I'd like to call to the stage Stephen Cheboy, who's the Senior Legal Officer, Commission on Administration of Justice, which is the office of the ombudsman. Let us hear what they do, how you file a complaint, where you can go to take your grievances, and what happens. Sindio? Okay. Stephen, karibu sana.
Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. I was really surprised that you don't know the office of ombudsman. It is a surprise. But at least today, after this speech, I believe that we will have an enlightenment, we will know the office, and I'm sure by the end of this, we will have many people coming and bringing complaints because that is our work. All right, so to the chief guest, Honorable Lady Justice Fatuma Sichale, and my fellow speakers, as well as the participants, good morning. On behalf of the chairperson and commissioners of the Commission on Administrative Justice, we wish to appreciate the organizers of this event for inviting the Commission to be part of this important day of celebrating International Democracy Day, which is themed Empowering the Next Generation. Well, I'm going to speak a little bit about the Commission on Administrative Justice. What do we do? And what are we about? The Commission on Administrative Justice, or popularly known as the Office of Ombudsman, is a Chapter 15 commission and established under Article 59(4) of the Constitution and the Commission on Administrative Justice Act 2011. Article 249 of the Constitution also provides the objects and authority and funding of the Commission and independent offices. And the main objects which I want to highlight are to protect the sovereignty of the people, secure observance by all state organs of democratic values and principles, and to promote constitutionalism. The commissions and independent offices are independent and not subject to control and direction of any person except by the Constitution. Now, the mandate of the Commission on Administrative Justice is twofold. And that is, the first one is to promote administrative justice, and the second one is to oversight and enforcement of access to information. And I want to begin with the second mandate, that is access to information. Access to information is fundamental in any civilized society that is governed by the rule of law. And this is for the reason that governments hold information in trust on behalf of citizens, and it then follows that citizens have the right of access to information held by the state. Access to timely and accurate information provides individuals with knowledge required to participate effectively in democratic process in any democratic society. Access to information also fosters openness and transparency in decision-making, as well as inclusivity in furtherance of national values and principles as espoused in Article 10 of the Constitution. In the past, excluded from, that is Siri, Kali. That is now that the information held by government was really fiercely protected. And so in 2010, under our Constitution, access to information is a right to be enjoyed by all Kenyans. And this right is found in Article 35 of the Constitution. Access to information also is provided in several international and regional legal instruments, which Kenya is subject by way of ratification. Now, Article 35(1) guarantees all Kenyan citizens the right to access any information held by the state or information held by another person, and is required for exercise or protection of any right or fundamental freedom. This means that access to information is not limited only to public institutions, but also to certain private entities. Access to Information Act was enacted in 2016 to give effect to Article 35 of the Constitution. And I'm going to just give highlights of the Access to Information Act 2016. The first is that the Commission on Administrative Justice has been given the role to enforce and oversight the Act. The mandate also covers all public entities and certain private bodies, and these are mostly private entities that receive public resources and benefits, utilize public funds, engage in public function, provide public services, and have exclusive contracts to exploit natural resources. The other thing is that there is no specific format for you to access or request information. That will make it easy for citizens to go to any public institution to go and ask for information. We can also ask for this information in a language that is comfortable to you, that is in either English or Kiswahili. And in asking or requesting information, you can, once you request information, you will receive the information in 21 days upon request. But when it comes to urgent matters, you can get information within 48 hours. The Act also provides for proactive disclosure, and this means that the access makes it mandatory for all public entities to disclose information about the organization. It also places obligation on public agencies to explain their actions, policies, decisions to citizens if the citizens seek that such explanation. Now, what happens when a citizen makes request for information but fails to receive it? This is where now the Commission on Administrative Justice comes to play its role. And because the Commission of Administrative Justice has been given an oversight and enforcement mandate, the Commission will receive a complaint from a citizen, and the Commission will give an order for the information to be released to the citizen. And the order of the Commission are binding. The orders of the Commission are binding and enforceable in the same manner as those of the High Court. However, if you are not satisfied with the decision of the Commission, then you can appeal to the High Court within 21 days. Now, the Commission is therefore a link between citizens and institutions where access to information is concerned, and the Commission steps in where any request by members of public to access any information has been denied or frustrated. And that is why we are asking everyone to come to us in the event that you have been frustrated. But what we need to also understand is that the right to access to information has been limited. It is not absolute. And this limitation can be found in Section 6 of the Access to Information Act. And to just go a little bit and talk about the second mandate of the Commission, and this is the promotion of administrative justice. The Commission has the mandate of tackling maladministration, that is improper administration in the public sector. And in this regard, the Commission is empowered, among other things, to investigate complaints of delay, abuse of power, unfair treatment, and manifest injustice or discourtesy. In a nutshell, it means that if you don't get, it means that all the things that you would want the government to do for you, but have failed to do, or have delayed to do, or have not done it the way you want them to do, those are the things that we investigate. The Commission can also receive complaints. We receive complaints from either citizens, that is public, we receive from communities and institutions. But we can also go on our own motion and investigate acts that are in public domain. And once a complaint is received by the Commission, we'll proceed to inquire into it and make recommendations, or in the process resolve. And in doing so, we also, in resolution of this complaint, we also go for alternative dispute resolution. And in also performing our mandate, the Commission is cognizant of Article 232 of the Constitution, which provides for values and principles of public service. Now, in conclusion, the Office of Ombudsman, the Commission on Administrative Justice, plays a critical role in ensuring an open, democratic society by ensuring that government is accountable to the citizens. It ensures that every policy decision taken by government and which affects citizens is available for scrutiny, and this ensures accountability. The Commission also ensures that public institutions and public officials comply with the values and principles of public service under Article 232 and of the Constitution in providing service delivery to the public, and in doing so, we will have an effective and efficient public service. We wish to also state that the Commission, through its internship program, has given opportunities to young generation to be part of the Commission, and is actively mentoring and training them on the mandate of the Commission, as well as protection of rights of the citizens as provided for in the Constitution. Thank you so much for giving me an ear. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Before you leave the stage, where is the office?
Our offices are at Westlands Western Towers.
Okay, so we can just walk in there.
Yes, you can walk in. You can walk in.
Number one, so you've heard where the office is?
Yes.
Okay, very good. If I come with a complaint, what constitutes a complaint? I just come and say, unajua nilikuwa kwa ofisi ya mtu, or what do I need to bring?
You don't need to bring anything. You just need to come and say, this is my complaint. I was denied services. The services that I was given was not what I wanted. You just need to come.
Okay.
We will guide you. But to just maybe add something, we have a portal. We have a portal. So anywhere in the country, you can always go into our website, fill the portal, input your complaint, and we will act on it.
Okay.
You don't need to come to the office.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And please sign the democracy pledge. You've heard that there is no specific format for complaining. Sindio, you just go and complain. We love to complain, don't we? You just go and complain. Isn't that amazing? You now know there's an office where you can take those complaints to. Yeah? I work for an organization called Center for Rights Education and Awareness. And a few years back, we were doing some work with community groups around holding their representatives accountable. And we would go there and ask for, what is the county budget for this year? You know what used to happen? We would be given 5 different budgets. You go, you're given this budget. You go the next week, you're given a different one. You go after that, you're given a different one. So, I mean, it's really good to hear that there's a place where you can actually go and complain. Now, I want to ask Stephen a very quick question. Our cabinet secretary signed performance contracts the other day. You remember? The day when some were being locked out of State House because they were late. Who remembers that? Yeah? Stephen, are those contracts available to the public? Because me, I want to know what they signed. You don't want to know? Do you want to know? Me, I want to know. So when I meet that CS in a function, I say, hey, Mr. CS, Madam CS, you know you signed something over there, eh? Tumefika wapi? That is a tenet of democracy, isn't it? That you can ask these questions. Yeah? So the civil will tell us where those contracts can be found. Asante sana. How many political parties do we have in Kenya? Who knows? A quick guess, how many do we have? Huh? 2,000. 2,000. How many do we have? Huh? Less than 100? Could there be, huh? More than 100? More than 100, eh? Okay. And how does a political party get formed? Do you just wake up and say, mimi ni chama cha X, Y, and Z, na unapiga kazi? See, there's a process. And there's an office that registers political parties. Did you know political parties also get some money to do their functions? They do, sindio? Yeah. So how is all that regulated? To speak a bit about this, I want to invite Beatrice Amolo, head of the Resource Center, Office of the Registration of Political Parties. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes on stage and tell us a bit more about this process. Sindio?
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Our chief guest, Lady Justice Fatuma Sichale, Madam Otterstedt, Embassy of Sweden, colleagues from government agencies, young leaders representing the next generation, our partners in the CSOs working for democracy, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to be here today to represent our registrar, Ms. Anne Derito, who was not able to come. She would have loved to be with all of us in celebrating this day, but she's away on another assignment. So I'm going to read a speech on her behalf. About the number of political parties, we actually have 90 registered political parties currently, not 2,000. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be part of this auspicious occasion of the International Day of Democracy. I wish also to inform you that our office, in partnership with the universities and colleges, Students' Peace Association, that is a student outfit advocating for peace amongst higher institutions of learning in Kenya, is spearheading a similar commemoration at the Technical University of Kenya. So that's, most of our staff members are there today. So we are in this together. The theme, empowering the next generation, with focus on the essential role of children and young people in safeguarding democracy today and in the future, is apt for this commemoration, particularly since the youth and children are the majority. With each passing day, changing norms place the young people in spheres of great responsibility and influence. Changing trends are fast bringing young people to the fore, calling for their active involvement in decision-making. There is need for action, and changes in mindset is disillusioned and alienated youth are to be engaged. There is need for action and changes in mindset if disillusioned and alienated youth are to be engaged in political decision-making. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Tema Kaplan, an activist, critic, and author, writes on women, youth, and direct democracy, and their fight for social justice and democracy. She writes this referring to the end of the 20th century, and she writes stories in places ranging from Latin America, the Caribbean to Europe, the United States, South Africa, Nigeria, Iran, Japan, China, and South Asia. Now, of particular interest, tambourines, songs, and music for a world of truth and justice in pursuit of democracy. Indeed, we can share the many stories from around the world of children and youth and the role they play and their potential in promoting democracy. Democracy is an essential cornerstone of modern governance, entailing the empowerment of citizens that include children and youth to make choices through transparent processes, including directly and indirectly determining their leaders through elections. Now, going by the 2019 national census, the population of our country is made up of 65% citizens under the age of 35 years. That could have increased because that census was in 2019. Now, this is a population that cannot be ignored, since it can tilt the governance decisions if they're actively involved and their voices amplified and heard. In the 2022 general elections, the youth performed dismally, both in voting and vying for elective posts. Ladies and gentlemen, political parties, the vehicles through which the main contestants in the elections are presented, play a key role in ensuring the upholding of democracy. They provide important avenues for citizens to express their political views and connect with the government. The primary objective of the Office of Registrar of Political Parties is to register, regulate, monitor, and oversee political parties in Kenya in order to ensure conformity with the relevant laws. ORPP involvement in regulating these parties has a significant impact on Kenya's political dynamics as well as the larger democratic system. Through its oversighting, political stability, fairness, and equality is promoted for sustainable democracy in Kenya. The office is also in the forefront towards realizing of the two-third gender rule. The office has enforced the two-third gender rule compliance in all political parties' processes, as well as in its administrative structures. Further, the office is keen on nurturing the young talents by giving them the available opportunities, and currently the office staff is 65% youth. I urge, of course not me, our registrar, I urge all duty bearers represented here to give the young generation platforms to express their issues. Ladies and gentlemen, as we focus on the role of children and youth in this International Day of Democracy, in regulation of political parties, the office has established and made it mandatory for all to have youth wings whose main objective is to advance matters affecting the youth within their individual political parties. Political parties are embracing membership of young people who will bring in new ideas and offering positions that allow them to be actively involved in the decision-making processes. Young members have, in the recent past, been primarily consulted on youth issues rather than mainstream adult policy. that might also affect the young. We would like to make a clarion call to all young people to make deliberate decisions to join political parties in order to learn how political parties operate and eventually go for elective as well as appointive positions. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is a multi-party democracy, and in the spirit of promoting inclusive democracy, the office has so far registered 90 political parties. ORPP has continuously worked closely with these political parties to ensure inclusion of the special interest groups. On accountability compliance audits, the office conducts regular compliance audits to ensure that all political parties are compliant and are adhering to their constitutions and have the requisite inclusive membership as per the law. This audit ensures that the political parties are following democratic ideals of inclusivity, openness, and equitable representation. As a result of the inclusion efforts, special interest groups have been involved in politics and elections by extension, especially the women and youth. Reports from studies by state and non-state actors clearly indicate there is a steady increase of women representation in the parliament since 2013 to the recent 2022 general election, where a good percentage are in high political seats. Now, one report breaks down the special interest group's participation to a highlight of the youth who are able to acquire seats in parliament. We have a governor in Elgeyo Marakwet, 2 senators in Nyandarua and Migori, and a number of youth elected as members of parliament and MCAs. Persons who living with disabilities that were elected were 5, 3 members of parliament and 2 MCAs. Sorry, I think I'll give you one more minute. Women have, on the other hand, recorded a high in their participation, competing for top government seats. In the recent election, a total of 7 governors were elected as compared to the 2017 election, where 3 were elected, hence an increase of more than double the previous election. We had a total of 3 senators, Nakuru, Kajiado, and Machakos, and 30 women as members of parliament. In conclusion, it is ORPP's commitment to continue fostering synergy in its collaboration and reaching out the citizens, even to the grassroots, to elicit and activate their engagement in political parties processes, one of the hallmarks of democracy. I thank the organizers of this event as I wish all fruitful deliberations that I hope will bear tangible proposals to spur the greater involvement of all youth and children in democratic processes. This speech is delivered on behalf of our registrar of political parties. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. And please pick a marker pen and sign the loyalty. We have the democracy pledge there. Okay, it's very important that there is inclusivity in political parties, isn't it? Yeah. You've had those stories where you have a young aspirant who goes and is now a member of a political party and then does everything for the political party. The day the nomination lists come out, your name is not even over there in PTO. It's nowhere to be seen. Yeah? So we need transparency, we need more inclusivity, and definitely this will ensure more participation of young people in political parties. How many of you have never, ever, ever registered for an election, but when the electoral period starts, you get a message saying, yeah? You're like, when did I join this political party? and so it is really important that we have transparency, we have processes that can be followed up to ensure that participation of people in these important processes is well monitored. Who remembers Form 34A? Do you remember Form 34A? Niache hiyo story. Nisiendelee. I just leave it there. Our young ones, go and do some research on Form 34A. Very interesting. Form 34A, electronic transmission of results. Who remembers that terminology? And of course, who remembers Piki Piki Ponki? There is what? Piki Piki Ponki? Yes, very good. I'd like to invite to stage our next speaker. He's the Director of Voter Registration and Electoral Operations at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to come here and make his remarks. This is a very, very important institution in the process of elections. Karibu sana, tumpigie makofi please.
The Chief Justice, the Chief Guest, the Honorable Lady Justice Fatuma Sichale, distinguished democratic enthusiasts from government and judiciary, the international bodies, the Embassy of Sweden represented here, the civil society and democratic champions from schools and various organizations, the staff and members of Forum CIV, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Moses Ledama Sunkuli, the Director of Voter Registration and Electoral Operations at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. I'm here on behalf of our CEO, Mr. Marijan Hussein Marijan, who was not able to be here also due to competing issues. And therefore, I'm here to, with my colleague also, Mr. Jackton Nyonje, the Director in charge of Voter Registration. And we are here to demystify the 34A. And don't fear asking anything relating to elections because that is our job. I also want to recognize the presence of my brother, PPLC Chairman. I think he is very important when it comes to what we do. But allow me to first and foremost see how I'm going to reduce my speech. Chelimo, you had given us, Chelimo, you had given us 20 minutes. But suddenly after we arrived here, it is 7 minutes. But coming from elections where things change, we are ready to do the 7 minutes. Now, first and foremost, I wish to convey my gratitude to Forum CIV for extending the invitation to the IEBC to participate and make a presentation on this important day meant to celebrate democracy. Now, the Kenyan democratic journey is a broad and an exciting subject. Kenyans, as I am going to demonstrate shortly, have consistently and enthusiastically participated to elect their leaders since independence. However convoluted or spurious the elections have been, they have always come out to participate in elections. We have a complex electoral system. You know, like it's already known, we have a fast past the post electoral system, which means winner takes it all, where the candidate with most of the votes wins the elections. However, we have also brought in proportional representation, has already been alluded by my colleague from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, where political party lists have been applied in respect of special interest seats in the Senate, in the National Assembly, and the County Assembly. Further, with respect to the presidential elections, a candidate must receive 50+1 of the valid votes cast in elections and at least 25% votes cast in each of the more than 47 counties. I'm just giving you a preview of what entails participating in elections in Kenya. Now, while the present electoral system was a product of an intense negotiation during the writing of the 2010 Constitution, recent debates in the country reveals that this discussion is not yet settled, especially the actualization of hygienic participation of young people in politics and decision-making. The Kenyan's democratic journey is therefore a work in progress, and the IEBC has executed with commitment its role to midwife this experience for the current and future generation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I had prepared a good history of where we have come from, which I will not dwell into. But since 1963, the electoral management in Kenya has evolved over time. We have had ups and downs, we have had changes. We were one time, one party, we were multi-party, we had bicameral parliament. We again we went back to one party. We now back again to the bicameral. However, I want to just say that in 1966, particularly, Kenya became a de facto state, one-party state. The Constitution of Kenya was amended to make Kenya one-party state. This went on until until 1991, when Section 2A of the Constitution was repealed, reverting the country to a multi-party state. In the same year, the ECK, which was then the Electoral Commission of Kenya, had a mandate that was expanded to include conduct of election. This mandate made it a requirement that a winning candidate or presidential candidate should garner at least 25% of the votes cast in at least 5 of the 8 provinces then. So in 1997, due to the deepening trust deficit between the executive and political players, there came something called the IPPG, which drew membership from IPPG. Simply means the Interparties Parliamentary Group, which drew membership from parliamentary political parties, and was responsible with spearheading the nomination of ECK commissioners, who up to then were being nominated directly by the president. Although the IPPG Accord was never entrenched in law, the team proceeded to appoint ECK commissioners, who were increased from 11 to 21 during that time. 21 to accommodate all the political players who are involved in the IPPG then. Now, the presidential results of 2007 were disputed, and we have all heard about it. Even the children that are in this auditorium today have read about it. The disputants did not seek judicial intervention, as has been a case sometimes, leading to the post-election violence. This led to the intervention of eminent African personalities that went on to birth the Independent Review Commission, that is the IREC, popularly known as the Kriegler Commission. Note that during this violence, why I'm bringing this, is that the young people, the women and the children, are the ones who bear the greater brand of this violence. The Kriegler Commission recommended a review of the country's electoral management process that saw Parliament repeal Section 41 of the 1963 Constitution, effectively disbanding the ECK. You have heard about, you have heard about the disbandment of the ECK, to replace it with a transitional interim independent electoral commission, the IIEC, with a mandate to conduct and supervise election. The IIEC consisted of a chairperson and 8 commissioners who were nominated through a different from the past now. These commissioners were now competitively recruited by Parliament, by a parliamentary select committee, approved by the National Assembly, and appointed by the President, and in consultation with the Prime Minister then. Now, the IIEC conducted and supervised the 2010 referendum that gave us one of the best constitutions that we have today. That is the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which was promulgated on the 27th of August 2010 to provide, among many things, a bicameral Again, a bicameral system of bicameral parliament with a presidential system of election, a presidential system. I want to quickly go to what we have been able to gain, gains by the IEBC. One is the right to vote. After that, of course, IIEC transformed into the IEBC, which we now are. We have gone a great length to try and improve the rights of Kenyans to vote. We have entrenched that by making sure that even Kenyans in diaspora now participate in election, even prisoners participate in election, and young people are particularly involved in election. The young people have been involved in election in many ways. For example, we have worked with them in making sure that we help them do election in schools. I believe the team that was here must have been selected or elected through an electoral process guided by IEBC. But we invite you, if you have never done that, that you join us so that we help you democratize your processes. Election security, we have tried to involve our youth through many forums to, say election bilanoma, issues like those ones. We have worked with them to help them also sensitize others on why they should not be involved in security. In election management training, we have trained our youth. We use them. In fact, all clerks are youths. And I believe in this room here, we have so many people who have worked with us in elections, and we continue to train them and use them in future. So, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I just want to conclude by saying that we have numerous challenges, but we have overcome them. And we're saying the best thing that can happen in an election is fidelity to the law. And we have done that. We have done that with a lot of with a lot of sacrifice. There is cost that has come with it. We have lost our colleagues in the process, but we continue to carry this and wear this badge with honor, because we know that we are doing it for the people of Kenya and for the sake of future generations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Please sign the loyalty pledge. And of course, this is one key institution that we must all support by speaking truth when truth is required, isn't it? Yes, that is how we ensure then that these processes that we are safeguarding are properly protected. Now, this work that we do, this work, if you do not have partners who are working with you, if you do not have people who are holding your hand, if you do not have people who believe in the thing that you are doing, it can get very discouraging and it is extremely exhausting. Can you attest to that? How many of you have tried to write a proposal and it has been rejected? Yeah? Many times you're trying to explain to somebody, look, this thing is important, Bwana. We need to go and do this thing. And then they're telling you, no, this, that, the other, the money is not enough, So sometimes this work we do is very, very discouraging. But if you have partners who believe in you and work with you, then you will definitely bring transformation where it is needed. One such partner is the Embassy of Sweden. If you look to your left here, there is a banner there that says Wajibu Wetu. Can you see it? This is the third iteration of this program, Wajibu Wetu. And this program has been very, very important in championing democracy, governance, inclusivity, gender equality, and human rights. And the Embassy of Sweden has had a key role in ensuring that this program has reached where it is today. And so I would now like to invite Annika Ottested, Councillor Head of Section for Kenya Development at the Embassy of Sweden, to give her remarks. Can we please give her a round of applause, because they are a key partner who have believed in the work that we are doing and they continue to support us. You can use that microphone.
Does it work?
It does work.
Thank you. Okay. So my name is Annika. I come from the Embassy of Sweden. Basically, I come from Sweden. I'm so happy to be here. And I think we've heard so many great words, expressions, understandings of what is important in terms of democracy, gender equality. I don't know if I've heard LGBTQI mentioned, but as everybody knows, that is extremely important to Sweden. The reason being is, of course, that to Sweden, as for Kenya, I hope, democracy, public participation, accountability, The word ombudsman, the concept ombudsman comes from Sweden, if you didn't know that. Now you know it. We have a long tradition of people participating in the public space. Of course, men have an even longer, they've been there much longer than women. Women have stepped up on a major basis the last 100 years in Sweden, since we were allowed to vote in 1921. I think just being here today is understanding how much democracy and participation means to Kenya, and not the least to young people. And I want to say that, you're young today. I used to be young, even though it's hard to believe. So you have a space of 10 years when you left school. You might be studying at university, or you just work. That's when you're young. That's when you're supposed then to be the change makers of everything. And I think that's a pretty, heavy burden. I think it's important to understand that those 10 years you use to create a platform for yourselves by acquiring knowledge, education, life experience, and goodness. It's when you decide, what do I want to do with my life? How do I want to contribute? Might be in the political space, might be in your families. Everybody cannot, become politicians. What is important for each and everyone, and I say this to you young Kenyans, boys and girls, young women and young men, it is to understand that in order to be able to participate in the political process, you need also to be able to have a private life, which means that both women and men need to share responsibilities at home. You need to share income. You need to share the taking care of children if you want to have children. You need to share the cooking and everything. And you all need to contribute to work. I've met so many families in Kenya where, I don't know why, but it seems as if the women, they have such a hard burden, work burden, both at home and at work. And this goes for, anywhere from Marsabit to Taita Taveta, cities, rural areas. So everybody needs to chip in. With rights comes duties, and it's true for everyone. So Sweden loves freedom of expression. We love democracy. That's why platforms such as Forum Civ has been created in Sweden with Swedish Development Corporation funding. Sweden has been in Kenya since the independence, supporting Kenya in creating a democratic society through working with the government, the private sector, but more even so, the civil society. Civil society is the basis for the education, I would say, of people to involve and become engaged in the political sphere, if you wish to do so. But I think that you're not that interested in hearing my experiences of life, even though there are many, because I have 4 children. I've been working 30 years with Development Corporation, and I've lived in many different countries, starting in Tanzania, Moshi, when I was 5, and my father worked up at Kilimanjaro. So I've been a little bit here and there, but I would like you to listen to our 2 interns that we have at the embassy, Amina and Olivia. I ask you to come up on stage. So I have with me now the next generation of Swedes. Not only being, very smart and efficient and everything, they managed to come here to the embassy as interns. And that is a very good step, because I can tell you that the competition to become an intern at any embassy in the world is very high. So now they have come. They have been with us for a couple of weeks. And I want to pose 2 questions to them each. So here comes Amina. And there comes Olivia. And welcome up on stage.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I'll start with you, Amina. I would like you to give some advice now to your young comrades here. What is it that we all need to think about if we want to change our own lives and the world and to become, a person with power to change? Can you give some good advice? What has been important to you in Sweden to come here, to reach this point in your life at this young age?
Well, I would like to say good morning, everyone. Oh, thank you. Firstly, I would say, in order to enter such spaces as the embassy, I needed to acquire boldness, confidence, and education. I've been able to enter different communities such as FUF, and I've also been able to be a part of different political parties in Sweden. And from that, And from that, I've been able to, I'm new at this. So being able to participate in different spaces, such as the political space, the civil space, and local spaces, I've been able to build communities, both in the political sphere, but also the civil sphere. And from there, I've gained knowledge, I've gained boldness, I've gained independence, and from there, I applied to the Embassy of Sweden and got my internship. Words of encouragement for everyone is to don't be scared of showing who you are, stand for your principles, be able to enter rooms that are not made for you, even though we are the youth. I think we have a lot of knowledge that is important for the older generation as well. Thank you.
So now I have another question for Olivia. Come, Olivia. Thank you, Amina. I want you to give all of us some advice. Two parts. One is, what is your advice to me in my generation to encourage you and to welcome you into the more sort of decision-making sphere? Secondly, what is the advice to yourself? What do you need to do in order to remain in this political or democratic space where you have a voice and you can change how the world will look like in 20 years? Thank you.
Wow, not so small questions, but I will try to answer them as good as I can. First of all, for the older generation of our field, I would advise, as some people have already done during today's morning, is to give space to the younger generation, to give them a chance to have a voice. Sometimes it's hard when you're so in your work, you wouldn't mind your interns, like you will have interns, but then maybe you wouldn't like really give them any tasks, important tasks that they would actually like to do. And also listen to the young people, what they want to do in the future, and also encourage them to take part. I think this is important, yeah. And for advice for myself. Okay. Advice for myself, as Amina said, I think she said a really good thing is to be bold. Also to be active, not just political, but like in your schools. As we heard, these young girls that are active in the schools, that's a really good way forward to come into this field. I would say as well, you can be active on social medias, show your voice over there as well, because sometimes it's hard to find a space and to even be invited to the right spaces. So use also technology to share your voice. I think that is one of my advice to myself and to all young people in this room.
Thank you so much, Olivia. And yeah, we'll get back to them in 10 years' time and see what they have achieved. I think it's going to be a lot, as for all of you. And I also wanted to acknowledge the fact here that we have Mombasa, Kisumu, other cities in Kenya with us, and this would never have been able, to do without the digitalization, internet space. I mean, when I grew up, you had to connect, we all know, the telephone, try to sneak out into the bathroom to be able to speak without your parents listening. And then they shouted, "It's expensive, don't talk for such a long time." Then you've spoken for 2 minutes. Now, and you try to find newspaper to see, learn about the world. Now everything is accessible, but it also requires a lot of selection because there's so much information. So my advice to you is keep less time, spend less time on your mobile phones, select exactly what you want to learn, try to be open-minded, cut the crap, don't read everything which might be interesting to nobody. Try to focus on learning, understanding, and sharing information and being present in all meetings. Here, now, talk to one another and encourage each other. So thank you very much from us from Sweden Embassy. I want to acknowledge Hannah. Hannah, raise up. Hannah is our human rights democracy person, and she speaks a lot with Jackson, who is the lead of this organization, and we really want to acknowledge him as well here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. And before you leave, please sign the democracy pledge.
Oh, yes.
yes. Please sign the democracy. Let's give a round of applause. Olivia, Amina, and of course, Annika here, signing the democracy pledge. Now, another very key institution that we have in this country, where many of us eventually end up when we cannot agree on things, is in our courts of law, isn't it? Yeah? How many of you have ever filed a case in court? How many of you have ever been sued? Let me tell you, when you are sued, and that guy comes and serves you those papers like this, unaanza kutetemeka. It is not a very interesting experience. But the courts are a very important institution because they help us to come to a better understanding about issues, very difficult issues sometimes, of democracy, good governance, inclusivity, gender equality, and very key decisions are made, and they help us interpret the law in a way that it is of use to everybody. And now I would like to invite Jackson Obare back to the stage to introduce and call onto the stage our key guest for this event. Jackson, karibu.
Thank you so much, Mike, once more. It has come to that time when we want to keep quiet and listen to our chief guest. But before she comes up, I want to give a brief profile of who our keynote speaker this morning is. Honorable Lady Justice Fatuma Sichale holds a Bachelor's of Law degree from the University of Nairobi, and she is currently pursuing a master's degree in public international law. She was admitted as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya in March 1983. How many were here in 1983? Can I see by show of hands how many were there in 1983?
Jackson,
who are already born.
Is it here in this hall or here on earth?
Here on earth. So a huge number, I could see they were not yet born in 1983. She was already working, admitted in the High Court of Kenya, and worked at the judiciary as a magistrate until 1987, when she retired, having risen to the ranks of resident magistrate. And even by 1987, some of us were already not born. And she has served this country immensely. Lady Justice Sichale worked in private practice until 2004, when she was appointed as a member of the National Anti-Corruption Campaign Steering Committee. She was appointed as a board member of the 10 then Kenya Anti-Corruption, where she served until the year 2000. In 2004, Justice Sichale was competitively recruited to serve as the Kenya's Anti-Corruption Commission as an assistant deputy director, and was promoted to deputy director within 6 months, where she served until 2009. Shortly after her appointment as the chairperson of the Communication Appeal Tribunal in 2012, Lady Justice Sichale resigned from the position to assume the position of the Judge of the Court of Appeal. Justice Sichale has served on the boards of Kenya Forest Services, Kenya's Law Society of Kenya, FIDA Kenya, and the National Council for Law Reporting, commonly known as Kenya Law. And therefore, this is a brief profile of our keynote speaker this morning. And now it is my singular honor to ask all of us to rise up as we welcome on stage her late Justice Fatuma Sichale to give our keynote address. Thank you so much.
All right, tumsindikisha na makofi. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Makofi ya kilo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obare. But before I begin, allow me to say, Vivo Democracy, Vivo. Please say it as if you mean it. Vivo Democracy, Vivo. Vivo Democracy, Vivo. Please sit down. It is indeed a great pleasure to be in your company this morning. And I've just been reflecting upon the theme of today and asking myself this question: if I, who is over 60 years old, feel so inspired by what is happening this morning, what about you, who is aged between the ages of 18 to 35 years old? As my brief biodata was being read by Mr. Obare, I couldn't help but feel that indeed I am very old. But I'm glad to note that there are a number of us, including Annika from the Swedish Embassy, who is sitting next to me. And she also said that indeed she's also very old. And in this house or in this room, we are actually in the minority. So congratulations for the good work that each and every one of you is doing in keeping the spirit alive and ensuring that we sustain our democracy. I know that in the room we have Mr. Njiru from the Ungwana Trust, and many a time he reminds us of what the late President Moi used to say, that siasa mbaya ni maisha mbaya. And when you reflect upon those wise words, it is indeed true that we are responsible for whatever we find in our society. We deserve the leaders that we have, because we are the ones who elect those leaders. I know that as a judiciary, many a time we are accused of many things. And one of the ills that we are accused of is the fact that there is a lot of backlog in court. And occasionally you find an advocate coming before you and complaining that his case or his client's case has been pending for as long as 10, sometimes 15 years, and is representing somebody who's been in custody for all that period of time. And because at such a time, really, as judges, we are not allowed to engage because we only speak through our judgments. But I always feel the urge to want to answer back and say, do you know that we are in this thing together? Because we elected the leaders that we elected. And we elected thieves to be our leaders. And those thieves stole money. And because the money was stolen from the public coffers, we are not in a position to hire more judges to be able to come and clear this backlog. So are we not joined together? In short, what I'm trying to say is that we owe it to ourselves to see that we better our society. Whether it is in terms of governance, in having political leaders being answerable to the Kenyan citizenry, the responsibility squarely falls on us. And I would like you to take this as a challenge that we actually require to be represented in the August House by persons of integrity, by leaders that we can be able to count on. And unless and until we do that, we will always be complaining that we have been shortchanged by our leaders. So siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. I think we will always remember the late President Moi for telling us as much. Now, I'm here on behalf of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Justice Martha Koome, who was not able to be present because of other earlier prearranged official duties. But she asked me to convey her love and very warm greetings. As some of you may know, she also has a background in civil society. And at the time that Kenya was clamoring for multi-party democracy, our Chief Justice was then the chairperson of the Federation of Women Judges, commonly known as FIDA. And as you all may know, FIDA was actually in the forefront of fighting for multi-party democracy in this country. I think my fellow speaker from IEBC has given us a short history of where we were as a country and how there was clamor for multi-party democracy that was spearheaded mainly by civil society until eventually we were able to have our country as a multi-party democracy. So with those few remarks, kindly allow me to read the speech by the Chief Justice, Honorable Justice Martha Koome. Distinguished guests, fellow Kenyans, let me start by acknowledging and thanking the conveners of the International Day of Democracy celebration for appreciating the need for a forum to reflect on the state of democracy in our country and around the world. I also thank you for inviting me to join you and address you. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to commemorate and celebrate an enduring ideal that forms the very bedrock of our nation, the idea of democracy. Indeed, Article 4.2 of our Constitution expresses a foundational idea that the Republic of Kenya shall be a multi-party democracy state. This shows that democratic governance is a core aspiration of the people of Kenya. The theme for this year's International Day of Democracy, Empowerment for All, is not just a slogan, but a profound truth about the nexus of democracy and well-being. And this is manifested best in how our Constitution strives for these two goals. The Kenyan citizenry, after many years of struggle and sacrifices, gave themselves a new charter of governance in the year 2010. This constitution embodies a promise, the promise of a social transformation that would not only redefine governance, but also the essence of life itself for every Kenyan. At the heart of the social transformation promise is the aspiration for a state and society that is not only democratically governed, but also a promise to prosperity by enabling everyone to realize their potential. By our constitution enshrining all categories of rights, that is civil rights, political rights, social, economic, and cultural rights, the constitution doesn't just empower, it also uplifts. It means that all the rights are mutually reinforcing and interrelated in working together to enable the well-being of every citizen and the democratic governance of our country. When democracy works well, it does not just create policies. It creates environments where happiness thrives, where individuals, including the youth, feel valued and are heard, and where dreams are not just dreamt, but are actually realized. Yet a true and rich democracy, the kind our constitution envisions, requires nurturing. It means our democracy is not limited to just going to voting booths on the day of elections or attending campaign rallies during the campaign season. It is about every voice that speaks up in town hall meetings and barazas and mobilizing our communities to participate in causes that have a bearing on the well-being of all of us. It means that we must practice democracy each and every day of the 5-year cycle, not just waiting for the day of elections or the campaign season. The point being that our constitution, in its wisdom, does not only outline the duties of the government, but calls upon its citizens to be active citizens by making public participation in all governance processes a mandatory constitutional requirement. It encourages a symphony of voices in governance, harmonizing in the pursuit of happiness for all. I therefore urge you to take advantage of this constitutional imperative and actively participate and get involved in the governance of our country. Let us also not forget that every major leap in our country's governance, be it attaining independence in the 1960s, reclaiming multi-party democracy in the early 1990s, and getting our transformative constitution in the year 2010, involved sacrifices and active involvement by Kenyans in deciding our destiny as a nation and a people. All these transformative initiatives in our national history were momentous expression of our commitment to democratic ideals. Therefore, the voices of the patriots who were involved in the past struggles should resonate in our hearts and minds, reminding us of the value of democratic governance. As the custodians of this legacy, I challenge each one of us to ask ourselves today, are we doing enough to nurture this rich democracy? Are we living the transformative promise of our Constitution? Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of democratic governance is the conduct of free and fair elections. The point is that we can only talk of having in place a democratic system of government when there is a possibility of changing the government of the day through elections. This means that electoral processes are the lifeblood through which elections run. In Kenya, we've embraced a culture of democratic elections as the basis for our government. Every 5 years, without fail, we troop to polling stations to cast ballots and decide who our elected leaders will be. Even more important and worth celebrating is that Kenyans are slowly but surely embracing a culture of peaceful elections, with any contestations being referred to the courts for resolution in accordance with the dictates of the law. Indeed, one has to look no further for evidence that we are consolidating our democratic ideals than the just concluded 2022 general elections. Kenyans went to the elections with trepidation and fear that we could see electoral-related violence. The international media, as usual, trooped to Kenya, as has been the ritual every 5 years, waiting to report to the world of outbreak of election-related violence. But Kenyans proved the naysayers wrong and affirmed that our democracy and peace-building efforts that we embarked on after the year 2007 are bearing fruit. As we congratulate ourselves for the peaceful manner in which we conducted ourselves during the 2022 elections, we must focus ahead and embrace peaceful resolution of electoral disputes as the only means of entrenching the gains that we have seen over the years. This is the only way through which we can ensure that peace endures in our communities and in our nation. As we celebrate the consolidation of democracy in Kenya, we must also appreciate that we live at a time that has been described by democratic theory scholars as a time of democratic regression in Africa and across the world. Democratic regression has manifested itself in our continent through the rise in incidents of coup d'etats, the weakening of independence of institutions that are to serve as horizontal checks and balance of the exercise of public power, and increased incidents of abuse of human rights. All these are manifestations that the institutional and normative protections of democratic governance are being weakened across the continent. To paint in broad strokes the emerging state of democracy on our continent, following a period of autocratic rule across almost all countries in the continent in the immediate post-independence periods, the early 1990s saw emergence of democratic reform movements across the sub-Saharan Africa. The democracy wave swept across the continent, starting from Benin and Zambia in the year 1991, and then spreading to other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, including Kenya in the year 1992. Subsequently, it came to be largely accepted across most of the continent that multi-party elections was the only legitimate basis for formation of government. In addition, most countries across the continent progressively expanded the scope of human rights and fundamental freedoms enjoyed by their citizens, and entrenched the separation of powers and independence of various institutions geared towards supporting democracy. However, it is now clear that most of the countries that transited from either single-party rule or military rule to multi-party democracy have been unable to sustain the demands of democratic governance. In recent times, we witnessed the comeback of coup d'etats in a number of countries in the continent. From 2021, we have seen such reversals in Burkina Faso, Chad, Guinea, Mali, Sudan, and most recently in Niger and Gabon. It is important to point out that in line with the theme of this year, democracy, which is empowerment for all, proponents of some of the coup d'etats have attempted to justify their actions on the failures by democratic governments to respond to their people's material living conditions and plight. Given this emerging view, I believe it is timely that we are appreciating that democratic governance should Therefore, even as we discuss democracy, we must always link the same with guarantees to socioeconomic entitlements like access to housing, water, sanitation, and social security. Additionally, we must continue advocating for our governments to tackle concerns around socioeconomic inequality and protection of the vulnerable in the society. In my view, it is the enforcement of these social justice provisions of our Constitution that will go a long way in increasing the attractiveness of the idea of democratic constitutionalism. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst the reemergence of coup d'etats is often the explicit manifestation of democratic regression, there are other more insidious and more prevalent forms of democratic regression that can easily be missed by a non-discerning observer. A more widespread and prevalent form of democratic regression in the continent involves the undermining and attempts to erode the functioning and efficacy of democratic institutions. This expresses itself through attacks on the functioning of the separation of powers. It often involves attempts to control the legislature, the judiciary, independent constitutional commission, and subnational or federal units of government. This is intended to erode the independence of this institution. I therefore urge activists, and particularly the youth and those in the democracy movement, to work towards protecting the independence of institutions, including the judiciary, the legislature, and the Independent Constitutional Commission. In conclusion, I wish to say that Kenya has a rich history for agitation for and the practice of democratic governance. Let us be inspired by that history and the possibilities that that history brings to the fore, and particularly as we leave the mantle to the generation of today. We used to talk about the youth being the leaders of tomorrow, but that tomorrow came a bit too fast, and you are the leaders of today. Let us all be guided by the very same Constitution and its dream for a socially transformed Kenya, where we as citizens participate actively and vibrantly in the governance of our country, and where the well-being of citizens is secured. And we shall then be able to flourish and realize our lives in their full potential. Thank you, and God bless you all. Honorable Justice Martha Koome, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Lady Justice Sichale, and of course, by extension, our Chief Justice. Lady Justice, if you could kindly sign the Democracy Pledge. And again, I would like to now call onto stage all the previous speakers to come so that we can take a group photo. So, Hussein, Jackson, Anika, Stephen, Moses. And if we could also have our next generation of present leaders to please join us here on stage as well. And then Amina and Olivia as well, please join us.
I would also like to recognize the presence this morning of the National Police Service Commission and the National Cohesion and Integration Commission who are here with us. If the representatives could please raise their hands to Joe Malimko. If they are here. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. And before we go for our tea break, you know, very often these discussions on democracy, governance, human rights, inclusivity, gender equality, they're difficult conversations sometimes to even internalize, isn't it? And the people who make these conversations a bit more palatable and a bit more easier to internalize are our creatives. And we have many of them here with us this morning. I'd now like to invite to the stage a young poet called Nyash. Please make your way to the stage. She also represented Kenya in the Africa Women's Poetry Festival. She's looking at me as if I'm calling someone else. She's here. She's going to lead us in a spoken word poem, and that will lead us to our tea break. Meanwhile, let's give our presenters a round of applause for their amazing words. And of course, also acknowledge that we have Mombasa, Marsabit, and Kisumu online. Okay, put it there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nyash to the stage. Nilikosea ama you represented us?
Yes.
You represented us. Excellent.
Hi,
Another
guys.
leader in her own right.
Hi guys. Nitajaribu kutochukua time yenu ya chai, but I'm here to give you tea. And for guys that prefer coffee, I'll try to be eloquent like Kofi Annan. Yeah. My name is Nyash. Na, I know. Yes. Skia. I was Nyash before Nyash became Nyash. Yeah. And kidogo nitajaribu ku break the barrier of language. I am a poet. Kidogo acha niringe kidogo. I am the current poetry slam queen. We compete. Yeah. Awesome. And I'm a literature major. Nimemaliza shule juzi. So niko kwa intersection of where tuliambiwa youth ndio the future. So I will bring issues that actually affect the youth, right? Na kwa poetry we afford kujijengea. Wa kumjenga na mcheka akiclaim ako na dreams za kujenga. Kwa hizi state affairs hadi trozo ukisag bado bottoms zimekataa kuwa up kwa hii economy. We started from the bottom, hatujawahi fika up. Lyrics za kazi kwa vijana. Leo kama jana, at the end of the day, akili za vijana zimejaa, lakini mifuko iko empty. Akili ziko Naivasha rally, lakini maisha yao slow kama gari and road worthy. Vijana wako sawa. Vijana wana graduate na first class bila honors kwa kosi ya depression. So ni nani atawa blame kwa hii low class society wakiamua the only way kufika juu ni kuwa high? Ni nani atawa blame kwa society wameshindwa kucommunicate that the only means zimebaki ni kutumia smoke signals? Si kwa chom wamevaa tisho za nakada zimeandikwa say no to drugs, meanwhile wanapitisha blunts. Ni nani atawa blame? Hii game wali rig long before rigijia change suti. Hii game hata ukiwa uchi bado wana feature the naked truth. But truth is, vijana wanateseka.
na viatu shuge ndio wakanyagie history. The only true ticks wanapata ni za fake Nikes, hadi potential employers wanawapea blue ticks. Future zao si bright, futures ni black na white, ndio flags wana raise kuonyesha wamesare hii agenda. Usidanganye ukiona tukicheka na memes. Vijana, hatuko sawa. Mko sawa? Mko sawa? Hatuko sawa, si ndio? So because of time, ninakata hiyo. Follow me on Instagram for more, for this and more. Yeah, wait. Sijamaliza. Lazima tukunywe chai kidogo, yeah. So hizi ni issues in affect wananchi, vijana included, as the future generation. Let's see what you're gonna do about that. Tumepuncture wheels za economy na bado tuna claim shida ni traffic. Hii economy imekuwa tough design, what goes around ilikuliwa fare ya ku come back around. Ni kama wenye nchi wanadis wananchi na wananchi hawana comeback. Ni kama wamefungwa mikono, hawezi clap back. Hii ndio future walichagua, there is no going back. Watu waliwabebea vision, washa turn their backs. Kwa hii economy, hadi ukijifunga kamba kiunoni, hamadi imewacha kuwa kibindoni. Hongera wananchi, kazi ni kujenga nchi tu. Meanwhile, wenye nchi, kazi ni kusanya tu. Talk about kujivunia kuwa Mkenya. Unajua tumekuwa tukiteta sana na false prophets, na ni sisi tu tuliwachagua. Sai Zakayo amegeuka nabii, so Caesar gets what belongs to Caesar and still gets what belongs to God. 10 millionaires, 10 million beggars, 9-hour day shifts, hawajawai clock in 8-figured salaries, daily 7 to 6 na bado economy haijaiwapea high five. Working on the weekend, waliachana na usingizi wa 4 na bado dreams zao za 4-wheel drive zilikwamia kwa 3. Mara 1-2 wanarushiwa tuchwani fulani, mara 3 na change itoshi fare matatu. Mzinga inaangushwa mara 2-3, ya 4 siku ya kueffect change na kuanga wamefiatu. Wamezoea kubebwa na matatu, siku watapewa lift na 4-wheel drive, hivyo ndio watakuwa secured for the next 5 years. Mara ngapi watasita wakidanganywa wahitaji kufanya kazi siku 6 ndio provide meals za siku 7. Alafu wanatokwa mchana hata sio siku wa manane. Yote 9. Ya 10 ni kashfa. Sema kashfa. Civil engineer na tamak kwa barabara imeundwa na mlami juu yeye aliambiwa kuna kazi ya kuunda barabara, si barabara. Kashfa, sema kashfa. Watu wako na kipara ndio wana advertise akili ni nywele, si barabara. Ni kashfa. Guys, ita confirm tuko September, yes, lakini mfuko bado iko Januari. Relationship yako na doni short lived kama February. Before you know it, pesa isha match out of your life. Kidogo vile hii economy inakupeleka una feel ni kama wewe ndio uliinvent April's first. Kashfa. Sini kashfa. Mwenye nchi akona ulcers juu ya kuoverkula, mwananchi akona ulcers juu ya kukosa chakula. Kashfa. Mwananchi amechoka kusukuma nchi. Mwananchi amechoka kusukuma wiki na sukuma wiki. Hadi ashaanza kubeef na watu wana afford beef kila siku kwa wiki. Kashfa. Hii maisha matatu. Tumelipia services za kiti lakini tumekalia sambaza. Kashfa, hii maisha matatu. Tumebebanishwa ufala tukashindwa kushuka. Tukadanganywa na quotes na misemo za mashuka. Tukanyimwa haki na claims ati life imejaa panda shuka. Kashfa. Huko juu, proof of urgency ni kukanja mathao. Saizi ukitaka kusikika lazima uende kwa mtandao. Kashfa. At this rate, the next thing watatax ni machozi tunalia. Ndio tukilia, tunalipia. Kashfa. 10 million beggars. Thank you.
Hey, wait fast. Wait. You can see why she's the current Grand Slam poetry queen. Hivyo, tupige makofi tena. Hii game ilibadilishwa before Rigiji abadilishe. Bas, you will remember that forever. Thank you so much, Nyash. Please again remind us what your social media handles are, where we can follow you.
Nyash comes from the name, my middle name is Nyangari, but Instagram, search for Nyash. Ukikosa Nyash, tafuta Nyangari. Sawa. Kwa Twitter, Nyash Poet. Hi.
Right. Another round of applause, please. Nyash, please send the democracy pledge. Now we go for tea, Sindio. Now I want to see how many of you can follow instructions. Okay? When you go for tea, hakuna sukari. Sema Kashfa. There's sugar, there's everything. We are only going for 20 minutes, please. And as you go outside, the exhibition booths which are there, as you take your tea, you can walk through and see what our partners have been doing around this issue of democracy, human rights, and good governance. But please do not take more than 20 minutes because we have an exciting panel discussion immediately after tea break. So only 20 minutes. Take as many photos as you can with the placards out there. Drink your tea. Meet somebody you did not know and come back here in 20 minutes. Sawa, thank you.
Sweet, sweet, so all the problems trouble me, but they're on to
Odita warati lakini na umarkati. Iko kutaki. Hata nilikuwa nataka kuna vile naweza kuset hiyo ina
Let me do that before we receive.
Elephant semua lelale Susan.
Yes.
Kuja unisaidia hapa kidogo.
Tukienda kwingine, I work on it as fast as possible.
Hii kwanza ina shot and I'm afraid unajua hiyo kushot.
Hapo kusidani.
Lazima tukuze.
Lazima tukuze disability inakataa.
Si ilipotea kitambo?
Imepotea sasa.
Ili shot kamera na ikapotea. Hiyo kushot kamera hiyo.
Ni mbaya.
Hiyo si nzuri. Sababu hii kitu ni moto.
Iki overheat.
Iki overheat na nini? Angalia hata iko loose sasa. Wanini such of USB insena? Kanani kanal loose ya fan kanat loose. That's cool. Kashfa kubwa. Shida tena ile joto. The way room inaanza kuwa huo mata hii nini ikafunguka. Hizi nini ndio ziliachilia. Manika. Onekana. Kuna overheating di bile ngabo. Meza tamlaftia wa ukene. Kamundita. Ndani.
Jacob ameniambia nikwambia nipate emergency. Travel ameenda Nairobi.
He was to call me last evening.
Oh, he was to call me.
Aliniambia I might travel to Nairobi or kama si alikuwa license. Nitakupigia jioni nikujulishe.
Ameniambia nichukue picha. Nataandika hiyo story kwa leo. Then we have to use your camera. Sawa. After it's done, watu wakiwa wamesettle ndio tupigie picha na hizi vitu zote because siwezi tumia kamera ya simu itakuwa coded. Then I'll give you my email. Unitumanie kwa email yangu. Sasa amepata emergency walikuwa na
najua yeye si mtu wa kufail mtu.
Amesikia vibaya. Hata ameniamsha siku.
Jacob hawezi angusha mtu. Walter. Hawezi akaangusha mtu. He is one of the most dedicated
journalists.
The most dedicated in fact.
And organized.
Well organized.
Ameamini kwenda kukava hiyo COP 20.
COP 27.
Aenda Dubai next month. Ameamini bwana. Jamaa na akili. Pia ni mzuri sana. So what we have to do
It's like hata ya laptop imepotea. Hiyo ni tarudi tu.
I have to go back again. Ni platform pia iko na shida zake. Achilemba.
Hata Kisumu inapotea. Mwanzo Kisumu inapotea ovyo ovyo. Kisumu nao wako na shida kama okay.
Unaona hata Mombasa wanarudi saa hii. Walikuwa wamepotea. Yetu ni cable tu ndio imetuangusha. Cable tu.
So next time wana backup. Unaweza ukabaki tu makile offer.
Akamale important backup is.
Na hii yao wameweka tu 6.
1, 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please make your way into the hall so that we can begin with the next session. For those who are standing outside, we're going to give you 2 minutes to make your way to the hall so that we can begin our next session. Remember, we are still using the hashtag Empower Next Generation, IDD 2023, and Viva Democracy. Those are the hashtags that we're using. So please take a picture, tweet something, let us let the world know that we are here, and we are marking this very important day in a very special way. Now, Viva Democracy, viva! Viva Democracy, viva! We are about to go into a very exciting panel discussion. But before we go into the panel discussion, we want to see who's paying attention. So I want to invite you to the stage Ian Gwangi, who is a game master today. Ian is going to have a short session here with you on democracy trivia. So, what role did Peter Mtiani because Kenya? Okay? So Ian is here with us. To Bishop, please give him a round of applause. Yeah,
hi everyone. You can hear me clap once. You can hear me clap twice. You can hear me clap 3 times. I have a set of very simple instructions that I want to pass on to you. So pay attention, and then if you are not able to do that, you can move closer to someone who can assist. So the first thing that I want you to do is get your phone. If you have a phone that has good internet, just get your phone out. So get your phone out. If your phone is able to scan, there's gonna be a QR code here shortly. So you scan to join the game. If your phone is not able to scan, you can use the link up there, ahaslides.com/IDD23 to join the game. I should be able to see your names on the screen. So come up with an interesting name and then join. The person who comes up with the most interesting name will get something. So you can scan this QR code to join the game. I should be able to see you on here once you log in. I haven't seen anyone joining, so if you're having any difficulty, you can ask a question. Yes? If you have good internet, you can share with the person seated next to you. Yeah, I think the internet thing is good. Okay, so for accessibility purposes, for those of us who are not able to see the screen, I will read the questions out for you. And for those who might not be able to hear my voice, you should be able to read on your phone. The questions will be on your phone. We will start as soon as the internet operates.
Time ishapata mabawa. Time inafurahi. Na concentration sahi haiko kwa vilio za bunduki, concentration iko kwa mwenye bunduki. madam, sir, chair. Concentration iko kwenu, focus iko kwa kubuild hii chemistry. That's why natafuta hiyo solution. Mtaani. Ile tu mtamoja niliintroduce kwa kumi. Your initiative walichukulia lightly, so it does think hard. Mtaani wanaita bunduki vile. Sasa wanaita vile na police officer anaita afande. Set crime imekuwa interesting. Set vocabulary ya crime imekuwa so easy to learn. Mwenye na handle crime. More interesting. Skata you to handle, but with that one get ready.
Okay, so as we try and sort that one out, you know what they say, technology will fail you when you most need it. So Ian will be back with the trivia questions in a short while. But we have got a live audience from Mombasa, Kisumu, and Marsabit. Maybe we start with Mombasa. Mombasa, if you can see us, please wave. Mombasa, if you can see us, please wave. Mombasa. Watu wa Mombasa mpo? Basi ndio sasa watu wa Kisumu mpo? Please wave tuone. Comrade, na watu wako hapo. Watu wetu wa Marsabit mpo? Please wave tuone. Sawa. Bado ndio shida. Ndio sasa. Okay, let's start with Mombasa, and we have got two people in Mombasa who would like to tell us a bit about their, what they find this event has done so far. They have some reflections that they would like to share with us. So at Mombasa, please, the two participants who would like to give us their remarks, if they could please go. Itisheni mic at least tumsikie. Tuambie jina yako na maneno mawili matatu. Aya, can we get the sound please? Mombasa hatuwasikii. Na watu wetu wa sound, saidia hapa tafadhali. Haya, Mombasa endelea.
Okay, that's what I think we will try later. So, now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's time for our first panel discussion of the day. And I'd like to invite to the stage our panelists, Ken Jiru, Diana Gishenko, Victoria Z, Evans Bisati, Paul Masese, and Jackton Nyonje. Please make your way to the stage. So, give a copy, please, as they make their way to the stage. This panel will be moderated by Nerima Wako. And the panel will discuss the question, does accountability and participation matter in Kenya's democratic process? Does participation and accountability matter in Kenya's democratic process? Okay, let's appreciate them one more time, please.
Hello, everyone. Saseni. So, as my panel has been introduced, my name is Nerima, but I will briefly go through bios and just introduce my panelists here. I'm joined by Mr. Kenneth Jiru, and he is a social entrepreneur focused on society's problems from social enterprise perspective. In this, he's the CEO and Ungwana lead at the Ungwana Institute. Next, I will introduce Ms. Diana Gishenko. Diana Gishenko is a Pan-Africanist human rights, inclusion, and good governance advocate, and with over 15 years in policy engagement, designing and running campaigns on democracy, human rights, and economic rights. She is the national coordinator at the Institute for Social Accountability, TISA. Following is Honorable Victoria Zila. Victoria Zila is currently a member of County Assembly of Kakamega, Democratic Action Party. She's a youth leader, board of director member at Children Protection Trust Kenya, a UK-based NGO working in Kenya, and the founder and chairperson of directors of the youth-led advocacy organization, Karibu. Next, we have Mr. Evans James Misati. Thank you. Salimiana, Asante. So, Evans has over 20 years of experience with community development projects, which culminated in him forming the Progressive Party of Kenya and taking up the role of its founder and national chairman. Currently, he's the national chairman of the political party's liaison committee. Next, we have Mr. Paul Masese. He is the current CEO for Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance, postgraduate qualification in public policy and administration, rich experience spanning over 50 years in human rights, programming, and promotion of social accountability. Last but not least, Mr. Jackton Nyonje. Mr. Jackton Nyonje is the acting director, thank you, of voter education and partnerships at the IEBC. He has also served as the manager of electoral training, manager of voter education, county elections manager, senior elections officer, a lot of elections work. So he's the right person for this conversation here today. Let's give a round of applause before we start. So the conversation is about haraka sana tumepitwa na time, but we're going to make sure that we have a very engaged session. So I will ask our panelists 1 or 2 questions, then open up to the floor, hopefully to also get some questions from Mombasa and the counties that are also watching us. So our conversation today is, does accountability and participation, matter in Kenya today. And what are your thoughts on that? So I will start completely on my right. I will start with Ms. Diana Gishego with my first question. Basically asking, are there mechanisms in place when it comes to promoting civil discourse and informed discussions or participation? And do you feel that there are issues within those mechanisms that are put in place?
Thank you very much, Erima. And when it comes to issues of democracy and public participation, there are mechanisms. And the biggest mechanism is the Constitution. Senior, the Katiba anchored. If we were to do a rundown of from Article 1 all the way to 259 and 260, public participation, the people will feature more than 100 times. But the implementation, in the words of Nyash, Kashfa. And what has happened is, one, public participation is now part of our national values and principles because we have declared as Kenya, we are a democracy, so we will have public participation. The Bill of Rights defines how we will go about public participation, whether the sound works or not, whether everybody understands English, Swahili, or must be spoken to in their native language. All that anchored in our Bill of Rights. You move to the democracy, electoral principles and everything. When you think about public participation, think about the day when we have ballots. That day, there are choppers that fly down to the remotest areas to ensure that everybody can get their ballot. Now, I work at TISA and we also convene opportunities. So allow me to anchor this discussion around the Finance Act. When it came to taxation, therefore, and the budget process, whatever proposals were in there, the CS Treasury, the Budget and Appropriation Committee of Parliament, together with the Finance and Planning Committee, the threshold is what we do during balloting. They should have gotten down to Lokitan and ensured we understood that based on what is happening, bei ya mafuta ya petroli itakuwa 200 up from 150. Or to 11. Ni labda natumianga diesel. So based on that, that is what public participation, it must be broken down in a way that we understand. Because public participation is the only way we surrender our powers to either elected authorities in the executive, in parliament, even judicial power is delegated. Sio? Kama hawatupeleki vizuri, the only way we take back our power is public participation. And that is why the same method that is used to delegate the power must be the threshold we use to take it back. Luckily, the only lab we have in Kwamba, the judiciary, whenever we go there, they have interpreted the threshold of public participation. But it has remained in judicial precedent. There is no law on public participation at the national level. Proposals have been made, drafts have been done since 2011. Today, we have no legislation that anchors the process of public participation. Ni nani hataki kusikia sauti yetu? There is no policy. A few counties have laid a mechanism. There are all these processes of access to information, but specifically public participation, that remains a gray area that we must increasingly, as we anchor our democracy, the same way we do parallel tabulations of elections, let us shift from viewing democracy as the election day to viewing democracy as the everyday decisions that are made that are used to govern us. So we must every day hold the government accountable.
Thank you, Diana. I love what you said. We have democracy, so we will have participation. We will have, it is not a matter of a question. So, Mr. Masesa, I'd like to ask you, how can we address some of the challenges that Diana has just touched on, especially in terms of access to information, civic education?
Okay, thanks so much, Nerima. I think Diana mentioned some of the challenges. Yes, the Constitution has anchored public participation. There are several laws that have done the same. We have elaborate mechanisms. We look at the public finance management, the PEM cycle, the budget cycle provides very clear mechanisms. There are legal platforms. For example, the budget cycle, there's the county budget and the county form that allows for citizens to be part and parcel of planning and budgeting for counties. But just like Diana shared, a lot of what we see happening is minimalized. We don't see duty bearers going beyond the mere requirements of the law. And so therefore, what can we do? The question therefore is, how do we give meaning to what the constitutions and the constitution and the law say about public participation? It has to begin with organizing. And I think today the message being passed across is, for example, how can we ensure that young people are sensitized, young people are facilitated to organize themselves so that they can carry on with the project of democratizing Kenya. And civic education in and by itself doesn't appear to be delivering much. Those in my age bracket will be saying we've been doing civic education for rather too long. But when you listen to Nyash, you begin to have a new hope, because then the message can be taken to grassroots where it should go. Number one. Number two, we have public oversight institutions, the constitutional bodies and independent offices that have been given a mandate to give meaning to the content of the Constitution. Public participation also includes public complaints. So when you report to the Ombudsman about things that are not working, that is part and parcel of public participation. When you engage IPC beyond elections, because sometimes we go and cast our vote and think that is it. We wait for the next 5 years. In between elections, what do we do? To me, that's what matters most. Things that will ensure that commitments made by government are implemented. For example, the better manifesto on which the present administration brought to power. Many people do not know about it. What are the policies that are coming out of it? And how therefore can we hold government to account? So it begins with giving meaning to what we want. We say sovereign powers belong to the citizen. How do we exercise that sovereign power? By electing? By participating in an election alone? No. I think we need to utilize the independent offices. Let's swap the ombudsman with petitions. Let's use public interest litigation. The judiciary is here. And anytime we've tried to use the judiciary, we've given meaning to the laws. A good example is the CDF petition that TISA and the organization I work for, Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance, pursued. We got a favorable ruling. What happened to it? Parliamentarians are now saying, as part of the so-called bipartisan talks, they want to entrench CDF in the Constitution. And the effect of that is that then they will circumvent the principles of the Constitution that we were fighting for. So what would that mean? There is a specific article in the Constitution, Article 37, and I heard someone from the National Police Service is here. The Constitution has allowed us to picket. You know what that means? You can occupy Parliament. We tried to do this before. The Constitution has allowed us to protest, provided we do so peacefully and unarmed. Anytime we've tried to do so, what has the police done? They've broken our protests using excessive force and sometimes lethal force. The graves on which Kenyans were buried in the latest public protests are yet to grow grass. Yeah. So what does that mean? That's the money that has been poured when I was about to make my So public interest litigation. Around this time, we would want to see people going to court and asking, are the police right by using excessive force? Are the police right? But be that as it may, the duty lies with us as individuals. Number one, reading the Constitution and the laws. I know Ken will pick it up from there. Being civil, obeying the law. That's what rule of law means, which is a key pillar of democracy. But more importantly, eternal vigilance. Eternal vigilance. Because the Constitution by itself does not have any meaning. But your civic actions as individuals, as collectives, that is what is going to make Kenya and the world truly democratic. Sometimes I feel like democracy, this experiment has not delivered results because we have not actually interrogated what it means to our context. So you hear people say, we vote as a community. I've heard the word consociation of democracy. So you go to the north, people will say this clan will rule for these 5 years, and then the next 5 years we give it to another clan. When you hear people talking about clans, young people are left out. So at what point are we going to turn around the tide and say democracy is for everyone, including those who have been left behind time and again? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that feedback. And actually, umetupeleka kwa swali ya Mr. Njiru, because I wanted to ask you about the individual. Masese alikuwa ameshaanzisha. What can we do as an individual? Tualiongea juu ya public litigation na sana tunaona CSOs wakifanya hiyo job shirika. Lakini sasa hapa tuko na vijana, tuko na watu wenye wako shule, some of them are in university. What is that thing within that we can do as a person? And are we able to make those decisions or that impact make a difference?
Thank you, Nerima, and thank you for inviting me. And before I answer your question, I want to say I'm a Democrat, and I rebel against any Musevenism or Kagameism that says you must sweep every Saturday or every one Saturday in a month. But I also acknowledge that for there not to be Musevenism and Kagameism, which I think is trying to take root here, the citizen must be placed. Allow me to begin by citing 3 persons that the Greeks used to talk about as far as their democracy is concerned, and we do know they gave a lead in terms of democratic thinking. They talked about 3 types of persons: the idiot, the tribalist, and the citizen. The idiot is a person who just thinks about themselves. It is about me. Even when I go campaigning, I will promise you things, and in the next instance, I will change the space. I will steal from you. And then tomorrow, I will come again and bribe you. But because there's an idiot on the other side who's a citizen, they will take the bribe. And they will also basically vote on the basis of Mtuetu. But even at another level now, there is the tribalist. The tribalist just operates on the question of Mtuetu. It doesn't matter whether that person is a thief. It doesn't matter whether that person is a pedophile. It doesn't matter whether that person has stolen medicines from hospitals. You, the citizen, votes for the tribalist. And then they talked about the third type of person, the citizen. One who is conscious of the self, one who understands what it means to be made in God's image, fearfully and wonderfully, One who understands that we've not been given the spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of sound mind, and by extension, will stand up to anybody and everybody who tries to take their space. One who sets out to build society. One who stays in the trenches until the war is won. The question becomes, in talking to the question that you asked, are you an idiot? Are you a tribalist? Or are you a citizen? In my books, as the Ungwana Institute, I say, are you a Mungwana or a Mshenzi? A Mshenzi is the idiot and the tribalist. A Mungwana is the citizen. So it is a choice we make. And by the way, as I say this, there are a lot of young people here, and I get excited when I see young people because the good book says, to the young, God gives visions, to the old. And those visions are not even about you asking. No. Nobody. Don't expect that for me, as an old man now. I've come here with my son. They should not wait for me to tell him, now it's time for you to go into politics. No. If you feel something stirring, and not just in politics, whether you are a justice or a magistrate, whether you're a person doing a car wash, whether you're a person sweeping, and that is what you're called to do, to sweep an auditorium like this, you must commit yourself to do it as a citizen, because only then will you be able to play your part as a citizen. In terms of the question of democracy, and in terms of the question of engaging the spaces, again, very young people. When we talk about the young Turks in this country, they are in their 20s. Kibaki, I think, became a minister at 30, meaning he had started in his early 20s. I think Khalid has gone. He was telling me he started activism at 21. Meaning, it is you young people who change things. By the way, old people never change things. That's a given. And so, I am loading it on your shoulders as young people to understand that without you stepping up and doing what you must do, this country stagnates. It is not about, I mean, if you put together all the politicians in this country, there are barely 6,000, including MCAs, who I don't even understand what they do. We have one who, here in Nairobi, his work is just to give out flip-flops and walk around with them. The question of representation is just expanding exponentially. And yet, I don't even know what my MP does. Yeah, but I do know that we must continue creating civic spaces, even where we live. We must continue holding these guys to account. And we must understand, by the way, you noticed in the Jubilee era, every time people spoke and sent WhatsApp, SMSs and Twitter, they responded. These guys are still doing shenanigans. But let me tell you, the minute the young people get up and refuse to be settled because people sit on our backs, this country will change. I remember watching the movie Gandhi. And Gandhi, it was just before India got independent. And the Gandhi tells the governor then that they must get out of India. And the governor, the stuffy British fellows asked him with his nose in the air, and how do you intend to get us out of here, Mr. Gandhi? And Mr. Gandhi said, there is no way 100,000 people can sit on 3 million Indians who refuse to be governed. So I'm putting it to you as young people. And I'm emphasizing that we are fearfully and wonderfully made. We have everything we need to move the spaces. Tom Mboya, we talk about 26, chair of the Pan-African Congress. Name them. Martha Karua was representing Raila Odinga at 24 as he was being dragged through the courts. So the real question is, what are you doing in your space? And I want to tell you, nobody will give it to you. Sometimes, by the way, I feel disappointed when I think about the democracy in schools. Yeah. Yes, there are student governments being in place, but you'll see even the head teacher picking his or her mate to become the president. Yes, ma'am. But what do the other students do? They keep quiet. And by the way, let me tell you one thing that has become is a big problem in this country today. I chair my resident association where I live. And there are lawyers there, there's a doctor there, you can see there's even a judge there. But let me tell you what, they are scared of asking for their services. Why? Because through our education system, we were taught that the person who talks a lot is basically an inciter. Do you remember? Yeah. In fact, you're sent home, and your father comes to school or your mother, and they tell you that you are sent to school not to do these things, but to do what? To learn. And to read, yes. public space. You are a lawyer. Women goes to court. You are a CEO, but you cannot ask the county government for your services. In fact, you get together, tunachanga pesa, tunatengeneza kapoto. Tunatengeneza our street lighting. We do our own security. Hiyo naita usheri.
Very, very powerful, Mr. Jimmy. Thank you. What are you doing in your space? Yaani, Mr. Jimmy umesema huoni kazi ya MCA. Na MCA amekaa karibu na wewe. This is your time. Your time. Lakini Mombasa, Kisumu, basa watu wanafanya kazi kwa. Anyway, so Mhesha ametoka Kakamega. Please share with us, I'm sure local governments. So there are some policies or initiatives where vijana, wamama, my youth wanaweza to involve themselves. Can you share with us what those are? What are some of the things you're working on? And these marginalized groups, hata watu wa with disabilities. Share with us an example of how they are taking action and how you are also supporting in that space.
Thank you so much, Nerima. First, I appreciate to have this opportunity to come here and engage with people. I'll start with the disclaimer from what the speaker has just said, Hauli Kazi MCS. I was in that space. I've been in the civic space for the past 10 years. I'm a policy advocate, and I'm proud I've done a lot of policies for my county. But the frustration is just expressing himself is what put me where I am today. Because while you are pushing for policy and pushing for social accountability, you get a lot of frustration with the system, the government. It is hard for people who don't understand your journey to buy into your idea and help you actualize it. So I think my response will go together with what I've been asked or what I'm doing. Initially, in terms of policy through my organization, stakeholders, we've done a lot of policy. I've championed the Kakamega County GBV policy. I've championed the Kakamega County Child Protection Policy. And most of the time, we got frustrated. A policy document that should easily go through the assembly in less than a year. The Child Protection Policy started in 2013. It was just ascended to 3 months ago. So for me, what I've done is that because I come from the civic space and I want to challenge my friends here who are from the civic space, until you get tired of things happening the way they're happening, and you offer yourself up for leadership so that you get into the system and be the one to ensure that the government implements what you've been championing to, we will just be sitting here having this conversation and playing victim all the time. Personally, I fought to get to that space because I got tired of how things are happening. And I'm proud to see the child protection policy, which took almost 10 years to be actualized. When I got to the assembly, it was the first statement of the governor to ensure he assents to that policy. And within 100 days in office, that policy got ascended to. So it is my business now to push for implementation. We are talking about public participation. How do we engage? I think you've had much from the panelists. And most of the time, you find that as much as you come out strongly to push for that space of public participation, there is a lot of sabotage. Those in the CSOs, you understand, you do memorandum, right? You appear, you participate, you give your opinion, you write memorandums, but the final document at the end of the day has not captured what you are pushing for. So it is a bit frustrating. It's like you are wasting your time. So personally, what I do as a legislator, I totally understand my mandate. And when we are doing even the CIDP, the ADP, I sit in the finance committee today, they are going through the finance bill for the county. I ensure I keep those people in the CSOs and young people, they come out and share their interests, but it is my business
When I go back into the committee, I ensure their thoughts and their opinion must be captured in that report. And that is now the only way. So I've offered myself in that space so that as the influence from the outside, I ensure the government adopts the same as it is. And that way we are able to make progress. So it is interesting. So I wish my brother to join this space. You can cross over from this side because we have a better understanding. It can be me. I come from a county assembly that has 90 MCS. And I understand his sentiments because I don't not everyone understands actually what they expected to do. It happens. But when there are many of us, 1, 2, 3, 4 of us in that space, we might be able to push, speak in one voice and push and ensure what we've been articulating from the civil space and getting Mwananchi is implemented by the government, and they see the need and they try to reason from where we are coming from. Yeah.
Thank you. So very glad to hear some very recent practical examples and also some challenges. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Jackson, the man of Kupiga Kura. So, what are some of the key roles and responsibilities when it comes to commissions and institutions when we look at democratic processes that you feel, especially for young people, to understand? So, simple terms.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nerema. Before I respond to your question, I want to say that I'm very, very excited to be here, and more so, speaking to the youth and seeing you. If you're going to be better, you know, I can now reflect, maybe give you 2 or 3 snapshots back, because now, Bila Besema, Bila Lady Justice and Sema, I think, you know, you appear here and then you realize, you know. Now, in 1984, I was a Form 2. And very active in the debating club in the high school. And I remember we had an election in USA. And I remember very well we had taken sides. And I was supporting Democrats. Unfortunately, my candidate, I can remember vividly, Walter Mondale, lost that election. So, what I'm saying, that is one snapshot that at a very, very young age, gather the courage. There's a speaker who said here, summon the courage. I think it's Madam here who said that. Don't look at your age and say that dismiss yourself, because that's how we lose the opportunities. And then my brother, you are here saying, whatever opportunity you are given as a youth, make sure unaitumia vizuri. Because as sisi tukiwa wanafunzi tumetumia debating kuleta changes kwa shule ambayo tulikuwa. We will demand that we must be listened to and also air our views. Alafu wakati mwingine mnakuwa na sitting na wanaambia kwamba until tusikize, lakini tukasema tusiharibu nini? Tusiharibu vitu. 1988, I was doing my last year in high school, that is A-level. And that's the time we had here kura inaitwa ya Mlolongo. I think my brother can understand that that time now we are not using the ile kwenda secret nini ballot. Watu wanapiga foleni namna hivi. Alafu sasa watu wanahesabu, na mara nyingi tulikuwa tunaona ile queue ilikuwa na watu wachache ndio walikuwa wanasema imefanya namna gani inashinda. Of course, part of the black sport in the history, electoral history of this country. Now, tulipoingia university, tumeingia wakati tumekuwa na vuguvugu hili la nini la mabadiliko. And you can't believe hata kusoma magazines kama Weekend Review zile zilikuwa critical to the government, tulikuwa tunajificha chooni kufanya namna gani kusomea hapo, ama kusikia ya kwamba umeongea na mtu yule alikuwa considered kwa na a different opinion na government, basi ulikuwa wanamkujia kwa hall, alafu unapelekwa mahali inaitwa Nyayo House ama Nyati nini House. Imagine I've never visited it. I think I visited Nyayo House only once. And Nyati House is very close to our offices. Mpaka niko na uoga kufikia sasa siwezi kuingia nini hapo. But then now we are saying that should not discourage you or deter your efforts as youth. Because mimi nasema kwamba the biggest asset ya society yoyote ni nini? Ni the youth. You have the energy and then you have wonderful ideas. So wasipokusikiliza, make noise. Force your way mpaka wanakupatia mic ufanye namna gani usikilizwe. So you can see the first crop ya watu ambao walileta changes hapa, they were young kama nini, kama nyinyi. So now that is the opportunity now you have. Now back to your question now as IBC. My previous speaker, brother, who was reading the speech, our CEO, told you about our mandate. And our mandate, we draw a mandate from Article 88. Inasema ile kazi ambayo tunafanya. And since we came now into the office since 2010, I can say IBC is work in progress. So we have been learning through every elections. Remember the first referendum, second elections, that was ile tulifanya 2017, alafu sasa in 2022. You know, we have been learning a lot through listening to you people, hata zile mnatoa kwa social media, then we evaluate and see what we can do. We try to work on those gaps. So what I'm saying is that we listen, so don't fear, criticize us because we are saying this is your country. Don't just be participants, but be serious as stakeholders. We want to listen to you. And then now, from now, as we move forward, tunataka kutoka kwa office just ensuring that election imefanywa vizuri. We also want to reach out to you people and listen to you about your needs. So from now and many years to come, you will see us in schools, you see us in universities engaging you. Wale wa bunge la wananchi will be there, and the sole purpose is to hear your needs and see how they can be incorporated in our electoral process so that we make it better. So the issue here is that a pillar or one critical ingredient of any democracy is participation, and also listening to the people. Because we are told that this is a government of the people and what by the people. So we can only make it better if we understand you and we incorporate the needs of the system, citizens into the electoral process. But I can say there's nothing fishy about us. We conduct our business according to the law. Saba zimefunguliwa. So there's nothing about secretive about the servers. 2022, hata mliona tuliweka kwa portal. Sasa ukiwa na calculator yako ulikuwa unafanya na unaona nini? Unaona matokeo. Na hata ukituambia mnataka tufanye hili kidogo, basi sisi tutafanya namna gani tutasikia. So what you're saying ni kwamba feel free, contact us, any information, we are ready to explain our process so that we learn the result. Allow me to pause there, maybe then I'll pick up from that other speaker.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. I love your example. Umeleta maneno ya Saba, but it's okay. Nini mlikuwa wapi 1984? Mlikuwa wapi? Okay, thank you. Mr. Msati, to my final question on the panel, and then we will open the floor for 2 questions, because I don't have much time. How can we assess the effectiveness of these commissions and institutions? Your work with PPLC also pushes for a lot of accountability, and you have a track record in terms of promoting participation. What are some of the examples that you can share with us?
Let me use yours. Now, when I came here to sit, I sat next to her thinking that she would start with me. But now it happened the opposite. Nevertheless, they have spoken most of the things I want to speak, but let me now tell you that as you have heard, my name is Evert Misati. I'm the national chairman for PPLC. PPLC is an amalgamation of all the political parties. It's a platform where all the registered political parties in Kenya we meet to dialogue, to implement feedback, like the feedback that you have heard about the server, when there are complaints from Kenyans about opening the server. So my work is to make sure that as political parties, we sit down with the election management body, with parliamentarians, to make sure that we make what we call legal reforms to ensure that the electoral processes is going to ensure that it's free and fair, so that that feedback you have been asking about opening the server, when we can go to 2027, we will have more transparent, what we call the SAL Pact. I have had a lot of talk from members, and I'm happy to have seen that most of the delegates here are young members. How many of you are members of political parties? Kindly, if I may ask. How many of you are members of registered political parties? You can see by your hand. And so when now we go to issues of tickets, political parties, we issue tickets to members to participate in elections. The issues of nomination through the special interest groups. I've been having our persons living with disability, people, young people, women. But the problem I've been having as the chair of the political parties, these members are not members of political parties. So even when you complain, because we cannot have you as members if you are not members of political parties. So I'm urging you, apart from the vote hub that we have in the voter registration, but just be members of the political parties. Now, in PPLC is where the rubber meets the road. We fight a lot with IPC. We fight a lot. Right now, I'm fighting them seriously about the boundary limitation. We must involve political parties because we are the people who present people for election about the boundary limitations. For instance, you cannot talk about democracy if representation is not discussed. So I want to tell you that as we move as a country, we have challenges. I've had Kenyans are very serious. Today, you complained about during the finance bill. You mentioned about it. From yesterday, I've not had anybody talk about. Now the fuel is 200. Now I'm soya too. Nyashi alisema nao mahali imefika transfer. But the truth be told, when you compare, when I looked at what happened in Zimbabwe last month, you cannot compare. Kenyans were ahead. That's one thing I can assure you. Kenyans were ahead. And I want to thank the civil society. You have put these people on checks and balances, including us as political parties. When we are doing issues of nominations, I had the MC today was mentioning about umejipata kwa chama and you don't know. All those things. But I want to tell you, compared to other countries, Kenya were ahead in terms of democracy and rule of law. Some of the mishaps we see them being regulated or expounded because we are alert. That is the reason why you are seeing some of these things happening. For instance, social media nowadays. Social media, I can tell you, the media is even doing better checks and balances. You have seen issues where we have had the CID to go for somebody if a case has been put in the social media in a Sambasa, maybe of about of household or something. But when it's put in the media, you find the media picking it. You find DPP picking it. You find the CID picking it. So social media is really doing a lot. So in issues of where we're saying about, you are asking me the question about whether the systems are working. I can tell you Kenyan systems are working, but we have to work to ensure that they work better to avoid a situation where we have leaders doing things without looking back. Democracy, governance, for the people, by the people, for the people. It has happened in Kenya and it's happening, but we need to make it better. I wish to stay there, and then the guy who brought the issue of the idiot wants to say something. He's also coming for me. I can see him coming for me, but I can tell you we are doing better. Thanks so much.
I'm looking for him because he's first of all, in 1984, I was in Form 4. So, you asked where we were. I'm looking for him because there's something I'm increasingly fighting, and I'll continue fighting. We must not compare ourselves with Africa. Yes. And as the young people, if you depart from that, by the way, it is okay for us to say that. That is our standard. It must not be your standard. You cannot compare yourself to Museveni. Look at what he's doing to Bobi Wine. We cannot even compare ourselves to Zimbabwe. We are fearfully and wonderfully. My charge for you young people is this. And as I say this, I constantly reflect on that war between David and Goliath. Who knows how old David was when he stepped up? He was 17 years old. David did not ask anybody. At the end of the he came. And what he did was he asked, who is this insulting? My God. Na anaongea na king. King anamuuliza wewe ni nani? Anasema mimi ni David, son wa fulani wa fulani. Na utapiga huyu mtu namna gani? Anasema I have been killing lions and bears with my hands. And I'm going to do the same thing to this beast who insults my God and my people. Alafu king anajaribu kumpatia armor na masword. Anafanya nini? Anakataa. Those are the helicopters they're talking about. Anachukua nini? Mawe, and the rest is history.
Allow me.
How did you get Zimbabwe? Because it's the latest that did the elections. I just gave that example, but I agree. Kenya were ahead. I only gave the example of Zimbabwe because it's just the one who did the presidential election. Listen. Thanks so much.
Alright. It's getting hot in here. So I can only now take one question. Okay, that hand went up fast. Hallelujah. Do you have
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Caleb Wanga from Democracy Without Borders, Kenya. I'm happy when you say that we cannot compare ourselves with failure. And you cannot say that institutions are working in this country with the state of affairs in this country. We have lost parliament because political parties are run like kiosks. If you are representing political parties, then you are part of a failure in this system. And I'm very happy when I see young people educated to take charge of this country. If we sit back and wait, we will lose everything. We must work towards a better Kenya. We must salvage parliament. We lost parliament. We have the weakest parliament in Kenyan history. People have been reduced to voters. In parliament without thinking. A parliament where only 30 or 40 people can speak anything meaningful. The rest are just voters, voting machines. ITC have failed the country because their level of technology is one thing. Electoral processes are manipulated and they come to the press and talk a lot of things that add up to nothing. You must know that we must be patriotic as Kenyans and we must do things by training.
And panelists, kindly, when we come back, if our question is to you, answer, and then we will close. So you'll be able to respond in your closing. So, okay.
All right, thank you, Nerina, and thank you, panelists. Let's go to Mombasa. Mombasa Mpo. Mombasa Mpo. Okay. This is from Faisal Okemses. My name is Faisal Abdallah, the president of Persons with Disabilities, Mombasa. Up to date, we have 21 county assemblies that have not adhered to the rule of law to nominate representatives of persons with disabilities. What is the ORPP doing about this? I know the ORPP member might not be here, but maybe one of the panelists can answer. Let us take another one from Kisumu. Mariam Abdallah says, this one is a very important one. How do we recall our elected representatives who are busy campaigning now before the end of their 5-year term? That is a good one. You are South Kabisa. Let's go to Marsabit. Marsabit Lupo. I hope we're South. Marsabit, we're coming to you. Fatuma Wario asked, and your answer, yes. Yes. Fatuma Wario asks, how does a democracy improve the quality of decision making in Kenya? Viva Democracy, joining live from Marsabit County.
Thank you. Do we have, I'm sure we have responses from all. So I will, would you like to start now? So we will go this.
I like the vibe and the spirit. But let us be very honest to each other. When I ask how many of you are members of registered political parties so that you make your voices there, you are almost not even a quarter of you are members of the political parties. Now, please go and register as political parties so that when you fight, register, you fight from within. What I said about systems working in Kenya, I did not say that I'm giving 100%. I did not declare my percentage of the working systems. So you cannot pin me down. I only say they are working in comparison with other regions. Now, for instance, when we talk about the system of voting, because that's where I come in. As political parties, we participate to ensure that there is free, fair electoral processes. When there was a case in the Supreme Court, as a Kenyan and as a chairman of political parties, I expected, what if we had said what IEBC has done is wrong, I expected to have from that 4 cities which are different, which are from the polling station, which are different from the figures which are in the portal of IEBC. I did not get such fault. And the truth be said, if they were there, anybody disputing anything should raise them, even for Kenyans and for civil society, to come and say, here is the problem. That's why I'm saying, at least the systems were working. If the issue we have in Kenya now, let me be very honest to you, because I've interacted with many Kenyans and many organizations, is the issue of the winner takes it all. Where you have, if you have 7.1 million, the other 6.9 million who are the second runners-up, you cannot expect them to stay for the next 5 years just looking at you, you having all your ministers or your whatever positions. That is where we have a problem, because these are also Kenyans. And the system we have in Kenya is that those who take They're the ones who appoint ministers, CAs, appoint to positions. So that is the main problem, and that's where, as political parties now, we are engaging China, the Judicial Commission of the Parliament, to ensure that we make some amendments, so that at least we have representative in Parliament. The last thing I wanted to comment, and then I give my colleagues, is that the counties which do not have members of disability. That issue has come up is because if we have had political parties to change the way the SEBRA, the way we are nominating people, so that we ensure that that is done, but also to separate SIG groups. Because you see, when you learn, when the political parties, when we do the nominations, when you go to the group of SIG, special interest groups, where you find the persons with disability, women and youth, we need to separate that so that we are able to ensure that persons with disability get access to the nomination list, not to be lumped together as SIGs. Thanks so much.
So, I want to make a passionate appeal to you as the youth. Participation is at various levels. Now, for you to participate in this democratic process, the starting point is that you must register as a voter. Nikiuliza hapa wangapi ni registered voter, hebu beba mkono tuone. That is very, very important. Sasa, you people should be the agents. Mwende huko nje, wahakikishe wale youths wengine wote wamefanya namna gani, wameregister. Because now the tragedy ni kwamba, fine, we register, ama wengine tunasema we are not registering. But now when politicians call for rallies, unakuja in large numbers to entertain, ama kutumiwa maybe to disrupt this or that. You see, in the process, they also confuse you. Now you lose track on what you want, as youths and citizens of this country. So participation ianzia hapo. We register as voters. Then come the polling day. So let's mobilize everybody to go there and participate in the polling. So to pige kura, so that you don't leave your chance to another person to decide for you, because my choice will not necessarily be your choice. So by so doing, we'll see a desirable change, we are looking for. Another level, ni kwamba, let's, the way previous speakers said, let's gather courage and contest. Tuwanie MCA, tuwanie ubunge, Senate, or even president. Because we have seen young people coming in other countries and winning these things. Then support one another. Be your brother or your sister's keeper. Don't be dismissive and say, na huyu naye atakidharau. Sasa wewe anaweza shinda nini? No, that's where now we lose it. So participate, contest, register, and then another thing is civic and voter education. It's very, very important. You be on the forefront, educating people why it is important to register and participate in the electoral process. Because if we sit back for our arms and we don't know how critical it is for you to participate, then tumeshafanya nini? Tumeshaipoteza. So let's be the agents of change. Thank you.
From the questions, I just want to respond to one. Someone has asked, how do we recall our leaders who are already busy in campaign mode, yet they are supposed to be serving their people as they are mandated by the Constitution? I think we'll just go back to our Constitution. The power belongs to who? The power belongs to the people. So you, the people, you have you have the power to recall your leaders. You can collect signatures and recall your leaders. But what I'd like to encourage young people in this space, let's normalize holding our leaders accountable. I think we've developed a very bad culture. Me being a mheshimiwa today, if you meet me, unaniuliza mheshimiwa rada ni gani, nitolee form. You should be asking me, Mwesh, what are we doing to address A, B, C, D? Let's normalize having a conversation always with our leaders to hold them accountable. Whenever we are having public participation, how many people show up and even participate? Because if we are actively participating in that space, then we will be able to control or influence the outcome and be able to participate and be able to ensure that what we are pushing for, it is well addressed by the government. We are lucky, we are young people. I think almost 70% of our population are youth. As a country, we are far much ahead when it comes to digital space, social media. It is a very good platform for us to create awareness. So it is very easy even for me as a legislator. If I'm pushing for something, if I share on my social media and other groups whereby I know I'm engaging the electorate, I'll be able to get feedback. I'll also be able to get the support because they will be amplifying my voice. I could just be one person in that house pushing an agenda. And you know, at the end of the day, they say minority will have their say, but majority will have their way. So even as much as I could, maybe we are on the same page and I'm pushing that one agenda that wananchi wants to address, I might still fail because when it comes to numbers, someone has the capacity to marshal the numbers and ensure they shoot down that agenda. What I'll ask you people in this other specific space is wananchi, what are you doing to amplify that voice so that even those other legislators are forced to support a cause? So it comes back to us. Once we realize the power that we have, once we realize what we can achieve as individuals, we can be able to make progress. Lastly, I just want to encourage everyone. You know, one thing that we have is our voice. If we've ever knocked doors, if we've ever had an opportunity to penetrate spaces that we thought we could never access, it's because of our voice. So never look down upon yourself. Your voice is a very powerful tool that you can use to ensure that you contribute positively as a citizen and you are holding the leadership into accountable. Don't be silent. Don't be fearless, right? Yeah, so use your voice however you can. Believe me, when you decide to speak about something, you realize there are 1,000 other people who resonate with you, only that they were not bold enough to express themselves. So be intentional, be deliberate, speak out, and you realize you'll be surprised by how many people will come back and back you up and continue amplifying your voice until we get it right. Let's never be silent.
Space, so to speak. So ultimately, it is expected that there will be consensus, and once we vote, then we agree on how we move forward. Just a small thing on political parties. I think for us to be able to heal ourselves, we need to agree that our political parties are messes. In fact, me, I don't know about you, maybe you know, I don't know what political parties do until an election comes. That is when they burst to life. And a good number of them are given a lot of money, billions. One of the key things that political parties should be doing is what we call political education. What does political education mean? It covers those spaces of civic education. But they don't do these things. We know vyama vya wenyewe. Kweli wrong. Vingine ni vya ukabila. So that this tribe is in this party, this tribe is in the other party. I think it is the question for me is not even winner takes it all. It's just bad political manners. The manners of idiocy, let me call them that. Because and tribalism. And by the way, I think I'm shooting straight. If we are going to sort problems in this country, let's not paper over the cracks. I'm not sure we have political parties in the real sense of the word. And by the way, I've been a secretary general of a political party. I know what I'm talking about. I've been to a number even globally. SPD, CDU, I've been to the Conservative Party headquarters. I was a delegate in Bomas representing political parties. I know what I'm talking about. So that even the young people here who are members of political parties, hawajui kama ni ikuliwe ama itupwe. That's the reality. So when we're talking about reform, let us not just talk about reforming the presidency and taking power from the presidency, but even political parties. In fact, one of the biggest weaknesses we're having today as we talk about parliament is that even members of parliament have abandoned their political parties. Most of them don't even know what their manifesto stands for. Kwa sababu alirukia akachaguliwa. And yes, we have made progress. I agree. But there is a lot to be done. And let me tell you, the only people who will finish this is you young people. As we continue telling you, we are okay.
That's true.
We are better than Zimbabwe.
Two things relating to the questions that were asked about representation for persons with disabilities. I think there's an ongoing court case by NEC. I think that we're going to be part of it. We can only hope that it's going to be successful. There was a previous precedent. I remember when women, nominated women MCS in Nakuru were doing, we went to court and they were reinstated. So that's the kind of trust we can have in the judiciary. So I think for the gentleman who raised that question from Mombasa, we can continue mobilizing around the same issue. I think recall crowds, watered it down. This is the mistake. We have artists in the house. Willie Oelpa released a piece 2 days ago, Dear Citizen. I don't know if it has been launched. There's something called Dear Citizen. It talks about the mistake we made in 2023. And it says we elected people who were convicts, fugitives, and we entrusted them to implement the Constitution. So that's a mistake that we need to learn from, so that next time we have opportunity to elect, we elect men and women with integrity. So I don't think that there's a lot of hope in the process, because the process that has been prescribed is one that's quite expensive. The question about you joining political parties, I agree with Ken. We probably need to form our own political party. There are some progressive political parties, but do you know what it takes to register a political party? 1 million. 1 million. So the law has made it practically impossible for young people to have a political party. Is to advocate around that issue, so that there's some kind of format value. Finally, I think from where I sit, and here I don't need my notes, there's something you guys can do that we didn't do. Their generation did something to us that we have not done to you. 1984 I was around, only that I was starting school, nursery school. In 2001, I was sent away from college, and I joined the NAC political movement, the National Rainbow Alliance. And during that time, we met people like him, William Tunga, many people who had been in the trenches, and they radicalized us. We have not radicalized you enough. And you find yourself groping in the darkness. We are now coming to the awakening that we need this. Things are not okay in this country. The only thing that is okay is the fact we are seated here talking so openly about matters that affect us. But things are getting worse. We talked about Mambo Matatu. Jackson talked about 3 things rather jokingly. But that was a very serious threat to our democracy. We should not have laughed it off. We woke up in the morning, fuel increased by how many shillings? We are here comfortable. Some of us don't even know we make it back where we came from. We are not angry. we need to resist because we are surrounded by injustices. And you know what? The future of this country, and indeed the world, lies square in your hands. You choose, as Kenny says, to become a citizen, an idiot, or a tribalist. But I dare pray that you will choose to become a citizen.
Yes. I'd like to respond to 2 questions. And the first one is on the recall. Masese has said we betrayed ourselves. The Constitution says we can recall. It does not say when or how. But the second clause is where we were a bit confused, and we gave that power to the people we should recall, Parliament, to go and make a law. They then made a law that we cannot recall them before 2 years are over. And thereafter, before 2 years to the election. So we usually have a window of 1 year. But that is a legislation. The Constitution is very clear. So kama umefinywa, kama imekuramba, please go and start recalling. When they stop us, we go and seek judicial interpretation. See, they want to create positions for themselves. These are the things we need to bring in the referendum. The true people's and youth referendum. Because the people who are citing 1984, who were in Form 4, they have a few years to pay the debt. They have a few years to feel the pain. You have a long way to go. So these people and constitution on the issue of counties that have not complied with persons with disability, it was taken to the Registrar of Political Parties, but it is an issue for IEBC. IEBC controls and is responsible for everything in Article 81. From the 2-3 gender rule to the persons with disability. When we say we do not have faith in the institutions, how those county assemblies are still in office, how IEBC commissioners feel credible when they have left out marginalized people and defied the Constitution. They have failed to bring honor to the office of IEBC. They should have resigned a long time ago. We should not be using our money to remind them that we have paid them to deliver on the Constitution. So I hope we will take the bar higher for holding independent institutions accountable. They ought to be independent. Finally, democracy is not elections. It is more than elections. Whether you're a voter or not, whether you're a child, you belong to this country and you must enjoy democracy. It means every day we must be heard. I have nothing to say. The spirit I have seen in this room. Please take it to every forum where there is a proposal to create a fence. Let democracy prevail. Where currently, as the youth, our education system is in a very worrying state. There are people who went to school and they were paid to go to school in this country. When we were poorer than we are right now. What were 82, 94? What were 90s? They access education through very comfortable loans. I gather they built houses for their parents. What were 2023 aka better? Watakopa, commit suicide, wakose admission into schools. They have no teachers for junior secondary. They will not go to university. What country are we building? That is democracy. That is where democracy starts. If we are to activate, yes, Ruto alilipiwa shule na Kenya. Sijui kwa nini anasema saa hii tupigiwe. If we are to activate this particular pledge, we must see democracy broadly as affecting every single aspect of our lives. Let us redefine it. Na ni sababu ni sisi hatuko. Mimi nimepledge na organization yangu na ile ka uwezo kidogo. If we are ready, the youth, let us reclaim, if nothing else, at the minimum, our education system. What we are seeing is simply
imagine we took 1 hour, and such a powerful panel. Please give them a round of applause.
Our viewers, CBC. Thank you very much. Please just give the Rimo Wako a round of applause as well for such a fantastic work in this panel. Colleagues, thank you so much. Before you leave, we want you to sign the democracy pledge there. You have heard what you have been told. Eh? Ukue mushenzi ama ukue? Ukue mushenzi ama ukue? Which one are you? Very good. So, we have been told democracy doesn't start with elections. Anywhere where there is something that is being done that affects you, you have a right to speak about it. Yeah? Okay. Now, as they sign the democracy pledge and as we make our way out for lunch, we will need to be back here by 2:40 sharp. So, and I will check who is here. I have got 5 shopping vouchers to give away. I have 5 shopping vouchers to give away. If you are not here at 2:40, you will miss an opportunity to walk away with a shopping voucher of 1,000 shillings. So let us go for lunch. We'll be back here by 2:40.
Pia pili sijui utaenda wapi. Unajua nataka kwa ya umeme na manyata. Shida ni labda tuongeze. Hata kwa hiyo. Kwa itakuwa beta. Ndio hata ukienda kule. Lakini hiyo ilikuwa kwa ile nilikuwa ninakwenda mbele kabisa kwa moja na kwa pesa yake. Hiyo ingine tulikuwa tunatumia moja kama
One, two, check, one, two. One, two. Oh, na, na, yeah. Oh, na, na, na. You talk about Jerry, you talk about me. Oh, na, na.
Talk about change, talk about things that we want. No, you talk about things and how we love grace to you. Yes, it's all Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, viva democracy, viva! Viva democracy, viva! Okay, sawa. I can see you umechangamka kidogo at least. How's lunch? Yeweza ba? Yeweza? Okay, sawa. Acha tuchangamke kidogo, sawa? So I want to see again who follows instructions. Okay. I am going to tell you a story. When you hear me say a word starting with F for women, all the women stand. When you hear me say a word with M, all the men stand and the women sit down. Sawa? Unapata hiyo? Nishika. Jaribu. Haya, sawa. For a long time. Viva democracy, viva! Viva democracy, viva! If you hear a word starting with F, Jaribu tena. For a long time, my friend called Michael found that if he went to the supermarket, he could buy some meat. Friday was a good day for him to meet with some friends from Moroni. Take your seats. Now, listen carefully. Okay? Are you going to when you have a problem with a public office, umetaka huduma na umekosa kupata, we go to which office? Amesema office of the ombudsman. Is that true? The young ladies who are here in school uniform, who talk very well, were from which school? Which school are they?
Hey, which one guys? Is it secondary? Is it primary? Is it okay. Somebody here said the following. Akasema 10 millionaires and 10 million beggars. Nani alisema hivyo? Sasa ya mwisho. Lady Justice Tuchale told us, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. So, which Kenyan leader said this? Which Kenyan leader? Tell me one hashtag we're using today.
Nakupa nguvu ya kesho kusema must reclaim our country. It is the one that makes us go. Must be I only call for this. If it is not working, even people in relationships, things are not working. You know what? Sasa imefika hiyo wakati. Ama feel kama mimi. Is it not working? And the young people, the most suffer. The youngest there's nothing like young at mimi nimepita. Wakiwa wanafanya vijana. Lazima vijana wapewe nani? Vijana at sasa. Bila konde. Bwana kuokoa maisha, atatuzuia sisi wananchi wa uhuru wetu na haki tumekataa kupiga magoti ni watu hali ya utumwa tumeikataa, hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Tutanyakua mashamba yetu, tupiganie uhuru wetu, tuikomboe elimu yetu, utamaduni
We are not waiting for people to come to and more information, any one of us get more information. Mahali unaishi kuna shida, si ndio? We start from there and ask we want whether there is funding or not in social justice centers, community board centers, community medical, community based centers, community centers, human rights and social justice rights and community justice are replaced. People is someone doing one, all someone.
My name is Naomi, I want to say something. We have been told every time that the youth stand for the youth But I also want to call to the elders that we have these strong systems and I expect us to come and do that work and do the evening. And also in the systems, you're doing nothing to effect the change. So to the elders in the house, the message is to you. To all the elders in the house. You talk about change and talk about things that we want, but what we need. And you talk about this and how we're not going to move on, but it's a lie. You were Now let's talk about health. Agents overdose down and people die. Let's talk about food, crisis that we face every year as hunger strikes and so days people just tell you may know. Jesus, you were You cannot give for us to walk alone. Responsibility is all ours. Yeah? Because I feel like we are scapegoats. Okay? The youth, you should vote. The youth, you should do this. The youth. But then are the structures there? Are the systems there? And what you're leaving behind for us is it worth leaving behind for us? And remember, if you have seeds following behind, I know what that is. I read. Yes, sir. So something before we go there, I want to say this. And To all the black dads in the house, I just want to do something small for you. Because I believe that she for he for she, and the women are the custodians of any culture. I say this everywhere I go, because for nations to change, we are the caregivers, we are the ones who bring at home with the children. And for us to see any difference, it starts from home. So when I say man charity begins at home, so we have a responsibility to the daughters. Black woman, you're so fine, just like wine, sugar from the Nigeria. Clothes, flashing as you so everybody knows. Only know one time goes. And this This is one of my favorite pieces. I hail from a slum called Shorimoyo. I go downtown. Shorimoyo is just when you leave town from Motola. Actually, it's the first estate or settlement from town, yeah? Literally a few meters from the central business district. Lakini Shorimoyo no ma. And that is where I wrote this song. I know I'm a reggae artist. My daughter, NILEPAWTA. Listen, sura zenyu zote tumechoka sikiza. Wengi wako tunakado. Some message to is Shame you say the church. All right. From the top. Larry on the drums. Fire! Yes, and we have a show the 1st of October. Follow me on all my socials with the full night. We'll show down London. Are you ready?
Viva democracy, viva! Viva democracy, viva! Okay, are we ready for the next panel discussion? Let's call this panelists on stage. We're going to have a very interesting conversation about the digital space. So please help me welcome Caroline Gaita, John Alan Namu, Eric Mukendi, Alan Chacha, Mule Musao, Manjiro Gohe, Silas Jero. Please make your way to the stage. And this session will be moderated by Willis Onyango from the Youth Cafe. And they will be tackling the following discussion: the digital space and its influence on democracy, and what the future of our country holds, inspiring hope. But we give a copy one more time. So, ladies and gentlemen, the panel is here ready for the next conversation, moderated by Willis Onyango, Executive Director of the Youth Cafe. He's an award-winning youth organization, which is an award-winning youth organization symbolizing youth empowerment in Africa and beyond. And under his leadership, the Youth Cafe has launched the African Youth Foundation as an independent funding organ of the Youth Cafe for empowering youth to take charge of their lives by giving them necessary opportunities. Karibu sana, Willis. You can now introduce your panel.
Thank you so much. It is a great honor to be with everyone for this panel. Viva democracy, viva! Viva! Viva democracy, viva! Viva! I will introduce my panelists, wonderful group of professionals who are working in many respects on the very topic of disinformation using different approaches and interventions. Okay. So our first panelist is Caroline. Caroline Gaita. Caroline is a strategic communication and governance specialist, a writer, media and public relations practitioner, a public speaker, as well as an experienced non-profit director with more than 15 years of experience supporting both state and non-state actors in institutional strengthening, policy formulation, general impact communication. She is well versed with the policy and legislative review and monitoring through her work at Mzalendo, and I think majority of us know Mzalendo very well. Please, let's give a round of welcome. My next panelist is John Alanamu. John Alanamu, in many respects, needs no introduction. We have been beneficiaries of his investigative work, media for public good. But John is a multi-award-winning investigative journalist, trainer, and a moderator, as well as the CEO of Africa Uncensored, an investigative and an in-depth journalism production house based here in Nairobi. Africa Uncensored ambition is to be a premier source of unique, important, and incisive journalism. Very important. Prior to co-founding Africa Uncensored, he was the project editor at Kenya Television's network, heading a team of the country's best television investigative journalists. Alanamu has practiced journalism for over 19 years. Please, let's welcome my third panelist is Eric Ngedi. Eric is an editor, a journalist, a trainer, and a fact checker based in Nairobi, Kenya, with a background in environmental studies and experience in technology journalism, as well as being the first managing editor of PesaCheck, East Africa's first public finance fact-checking initiative, where he worked to respond to misinformation and disinformation in East Africa with credible information and media literacy work. Please, let's welcome Eric. My next panelist is Alan Chacha. Alan is the managing director of Universities and Colleges Students Peace Association of Kenya, and I believe there are many university students here. How many university students in the room? Which he founded in the year 2015. He has also been a managing director and as well as served as the secretary of the advisory group of eminent persons. Mr. Chacha holds a diploma in law from Mount Kenya University, as well as a bachelor's degree in law. Please, let's welcome Alan. My next panelist is Mule Musau. Mule Musau works for the Elections Observer Group as the national coordinator. He also sits as the regional coordinator for the East and Horn of Election Observation Network, whose members are in Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, and here in Kenya. He convenes the Africa Election Observation Network, which is a continental think tank on electoral governance issues. Please, let's welcome Mule Musau. And last but not least is Wanjiru. Wanjiru is the audience favorite. And the head of Fungua program at Baraza Media Lab. Fungua is a collaborative journalism project to tackle mis and disinformation launched in the year 2022 around Kenya's general elections. As the manager, she scripted and oversaw online campaign against mis and disinformation of training of journalists, content creators, and bloggers on fact-checking and on how to verify information before sharing it. She continues to lead the Fumbua program, which is now focused on media and digital literacy, disinformation, and gender disinformation. Very interesting. And by the way, she's a lawyer and a host of a podcast. Mine is a podcast. Welcome, Wanjiru. Now, panelist Silas. Silas is the ICT manager at IEC. A computer scientist, passionate about machine learning and artificial intelligence, with more than 15 years of experience in ICT in public service. Silas is also a member of the Information Systems Audit and Control Association, Kenya chapter, and as well as a fellow member of the Computer Society of Kenya. Please let's welcome Silas. From IEC. And I think our first question should go to IEC, but before that, just in terms of setting the stage, I think I was invited to moderate this panel because the Youth Cafe is part of a community of practice on disinformation in the region. And what we found is that combating disinformation is a challenge, unique to the digital era that we live in, that brings with it advantages such as connectivity. Expanding internet penetration provides Kenya a promising array of socio-economic opportunities. Still, it has opened the door for new supercharged ways for malign actors to disinform citizens through coordinated and concealed campaigns. The shifting landscape swiftly brings Kenya into the national, or rather global, question of what the digitized information ecosystem will deliver. These spaces could be open, reliable, public service platforms. Alternatively, Kenya's information systems could be intentionally warped, weaponized, and to spread deceptive and divisive content that neutralizes the exchange of competing ideas, transparency, accountability, all these processes that undermine democratic societies. With me is a group of experts who have taken time to work on this field to, serve as a fight back to the effects of the rising disinformation in Kenya and even in the region. In order to set us going, I want to invite John Alandamu. The work of journalists and media is first to educate. Starting with the basic definition of terms. Do we know what disinformation is? What kind of animal is it? And how is it different as a tool or a tactic from what we already know? Please, let us know what disinformation is and the role that the media can, particularly right now, play in solving the challenge. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Viva Kenya, viva. I've always wanted to say that myself. All right, first of all, I just want to see the energy in this room is really, it's fantastic, and it's good to see so many young people engaged with the subjects that we're discussing today. democracy is an important issue and it's one that we should all take charge of, and I don't think I need to be telling that. Now, disinformation. So I think simply put, disinformation is any information that is published with the intent to lie, to inform, to disinform, to misinform people, right? So it's the intention behind why someone is putting out, a certain aspect of information, right? So, for instance, if I were to go out there and say today that there were 250 people here, I don't really know the number. I'm just estimating, or I was told, and I'm well-intentioned in saying so, then that's misinformation, right? But if I come and say, this event was only attended by 3 guys, 4 guys, and it wasn't a success, and you understand, so that's disinformation. But I intend to deceive. So that's really just a bit. And then, of course, Wanjiru, Eric, and all of us here can talk about the different kinds of, there's malinformation, misinformation, misinformation, different kinds or subsets of, misinformation generally, that then you can start to distinguish, okay, am I looking at something that was published with the intent to misinform, or this was just misleading information, and the intent wasn't to misinform? So that's how you start to look at it. Now, in terms of journalism, I think this is one of the most important things that we do as journalists today, right? So we can't compete with the news cycle. We can't publish faster than Twitter. We can't publish faster than Instagram or TikTok. So what we as journalists are supposed to do is to do 2 or 3 things to provide context. So why is what is happening, right? To fact check. Is what is happening truly happening? Is what most people are saying true? Like I think a great piece of fact checking happened on the news. Was it 1 or 2 days ago? But Waroi Wakwapi, right? You were told that the price of fuel and cooking oil in Ruiru is. What did the journalists from Citizen TV do? They went directly to the supermarkets and fact-checked that information. So that's a crucial part of journalism today. It's not just to report the news, but to verify the quality of the information that we're getting. And third is to look at systems. What systems are creating the ecosystem where we can then now have the misinformation and the information, etc. There's lots more to say, but there's plenty of other people to say.
Thank you so much, John, for that. Normative, setting norm for what this information will be for the sake of this panel and our audience. Now, the Independent Electoral Commission has been one such body. We are talking about democracy and disinformation that has been subject to this disinformation campaigns meant to discredit its work as well as neutrality. Very important. Recently, in the last elections, there was a particular screenshot on Twitter showing the chair of the commission on WhatsApp that having a WhatsApp communication with him and a group of politicians in the same group. Now, what is the commission? How did disinformation play a part in the last election? And what are you currently doing in order to avert this in the future?
Thank you for that question. I'll first of all answer that question in 2 dimensions. First of all, as a computer scientist, from my background of computing, the technology of computing has evolved over many years from the basic input, processing, and output design to analytical and visualization technologies that have been put in place. And currently, we are in a generation of artificial intelligence. Why am I saying this? There's a lot of content that is now being generated that is not authentic, that has been manipulated, right? And this is the area of artificial intelligence and machine learning, whereby you may have 2 images overlaid over each other, or texts overlaid over each other,
and communicating or disseminating a narrative that is not the truth. And that is being done through models, computer-generated artificial intelligence models, and it is being used to misinform the public about a certain narrative. Many of you have used Twitter, many of you have used TikTok, many of you have used Snapchat. Some of the messages that are being disseminated on TikTok are actually not authentic. They are manipulated, they are generated by computer algorithms. And you may find my face and my voice communicating or generated by an algorithm, and it is not my message. So it confuses the public. So coming now to the message that was generated from or during the election about the commission, the chairman of the commission having a conversation with a certain politician. That is the same thing that we are trying to say. It was computer generated and edited to convey a narrative that was not true. So, based on that, it is the commission now role to engage with the media and the citizens so that the right information is communicated and delivered through our journalists, our media houses, so that the right communication, the right information is delivered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silas. That is a good segue to bring in Caroline. The current interventions and initiatives that are currently working towards combating disinformation have been termed as outnumbered, fragmented, underfunded, and sometimes complacent. Now, is there a policy gap? Should we change policies? I know you've worked a lot in terms of advising legislative processes and agendas. What can we do in order to have an effective and efficient counter-disinformation processes in Kenya from a policy perspective?
Yes, thank you, Willis, and good afternoon, everyone. Let me first start by saying it's been a while since I was in a room with so much energy. So just echoing John Adam, how exciting it is to be in this space and to be reminded of things that are really impactful and that count, not just for your generation, but for ours as well. So it's true, really, that yes, we are working in the legislative space, but let me start by saying a couple of years ago, maybe about 3 years ago, the worry, when you talked about misinformation and disinformation, you were probably more worried about fake news, a fake poster. If you are Mzalendo Trust, you are worried that somebody has published a fake scorecard that they have said came from Mzalendo Trust that it did not. And that was easy to correct. If you are the Nation Media Group, you were worried about a fake headline, such as I think there was something similar to that on Tuesday. But this space has really changed, especially in the last 2 years. And let me say, in what we've been calling the era of post-truth, where lies are more impactful than truth. And so when you then speak about that, the knowledge that is coming in, he's talked about ChatGPT, the different forms of misinformation, deep fakes, fake news, and malinformation. The legislative and regulatory space is not coping. And recently I was in a meeting, and one of the things that was highlighted is the fact that when you speak about the big tech companies, whether you're talking about Meta, whether you're talking about X, whether you're talking about Amazon Web, those companies on their own are bigger than nations. They are bigger than countries. They are bigger than continents. And so if you think about the wealth and the control, I mean, Meta can run off the president of the most powerful nation on earth, and he has no recourse. And they decide you're not coming back to Facebook, you're not coming back to X, and that happens. On the same breath, they can decide that if there are elections in Kenya or in Nigeria or in South Africa, they can shut down the internet or throw to the internet. And there's very little you can do because there are no laws, not just here, but across the world to govern how they operate. And so the concern that has been raised is that you're dealing with institutions that are outside the legislative frameworks of international organizations. And so globally, not just in Kenya, it's a problem. Coupled with that is the fact that the knowledge that we have is not moving fast enough. And so if you think about our laws and the technology that we are seeing, we are probably 10, 15 years behind. And the third thing is, of course, really, as you've pointed out, there is no resources. Resources have not been put into this place because we've not, up to maybe 2-3 years ago, we've not really thought about the impact of technology on democracy. And we are seeing a very related correlation, especially when it comes to building up of mistrust between the political class, distortion of information, manipulation of elections. And one of the things that you're seeing is across the world, if you look at the recent elections in the Philippines, for example, you're having electoral results and presidents that have been elected through manipulation of technology, and not manipulation of technology in the sense of numbers, not in the sense perhaps of the servers, as we are talking here, but in terms of behavior change, algorithm setups, and distortion of facts and information that leads to voters thinking one way as opposed to thinking another way. And so when it comes to all these issues and you come to the local law space, the laws are not there, the knowledge is not there. And so as Mzalendo Trust, in partnership with other organizations, what we are trying to do now is create platforms, what we are calling platforms for agile governance, where we then hope to work with Parliament. And earlier today, I was hosting a meeting also with members of county assemblies to see whether we can begin to come up, before we even come up with the legislation, create awareness, impact the knowledge so that members understand what is this that we are dealing with, how it impacts the electoral participation space, and then what laws either need to be amended or to be enacted, new laws enacted to address the challenges.
Thank you so much for that, Carol. You mentioned skill and development and capacity. And here I want to bring in the scale. You also mentioned scale, because the scale of the challenge is far much bigger than the available capabilities to react or to respond timely and in an effective manner. You have done a lot of work in terms of fact-checking and research. Do we have sufficient skills as a nation and capacity to match the scale of the challenge? How can we have more of you? How can we have more fact-checkers? How can we have more researchers who feed in information real time to the public to know how to decipher fact from fiction?
Right. So I'd say the simple answer to your question is no. We don't have enough people doing fact checking, people doing the work of verifying information. And the evidence for this is in your family WhatsApp groups, where literally like every auntie says, say, oh, nimeona hii inazunguka WhatsApp, nimeona nitumia hapa. And they send things without verifying. And the fact that the scale at which this type of information is being shared is evidence that a lot of the skills that we assume are basic in terms of understanding and processing information online are sadly lacking. And because of this type of skills gap that we've seen, we end up with situations where people are not just actively contributing to the spread of false information, they're actively also eroding trust in institutions, in people like IBC and all the others who are trying desperately to occupy these digital spaces so people consume information. And we're at a situation where there's 3 different types of people who are consuming internet online. There's the older generation, the 1984, who they don't have the kind of digital skills that are necessary to do something as basic as a Google search. Then there's the millennials who have essentially grown up with the internet, who know how to verify information online, but there's still that underlying distrust of technology because, apparently Bill Gates is the one who's injecting all of us with microchips to track us. And then you have Gen Z and Gen Alpha, who have grown up with the internet. So literally, like they are so adept at navigating these online spaces that it's essentially impossible for us to keep track of what they're seeing and what they're watching online. And in all of these instances, we've seen the type of work being done to generate false information kind of thrive because there's not enough understanding of I guess the psychology behind why people are spreading these things and why people are sharing this information. First of all, the country we live in is very low trust. Like we don't trust the government, we don't trust our neighbors, we don't trust anyone. So because of that, you see something online and the first thing you do is, if it's from the government, you need to make sure that someone else has said it before coming back and trying to verify that information, even though it's live video, it's all those things. But we've seen what they've done. As Joanna was pointing out, they're saying, in the prices of things is lower. And they're saying, these are things that can be very easily debunked. But because they know they can get away with it, because there's no consequences to spreading false information, we see governments and other such actors being very willing and very able to adopt the tools of generating and paying a few people online to make things go viral, make things trend, and to shut down conversations that they deem to be threatening. But this is because the work of fact-checking is incredibly slow and it's incredibly time-intensive and it's also resource-intensive because what you're doing is coming back after people have seen false information and trying to tell them what you've seen is actually false, this is the actual truth. And a lot of times there's a significant amount of time that has passed between when this information was produced and when it's being debunked. So there's that significant time gap, and then there's also the fact that it doesn't make any money, so there's no incentive for like mainstream media and other such organizations working in these spaces to respond to it, to fact check, because they're already strapped for resources. There's no money in mainstream. There's no money to dedicate in the newsroom to have someone whose job it is to see what people are consuming online and to respond to it with facts. So I'd say what needs to happen more is we probably need to have a more proper approach towards things like media information literacy. So telling people when you see something that's potentially false online, this is the first thing you need to look out for. Who is the source? Who is the intended target? What is the intention of the person sharing that message? But because we have such limited trust in institutions, first of all, we have such, I'd say, a deep-set distrust of the government as well. So we don't know who it will take to drive these things, which is one of the things that Fungwa was doing, using influencers and people who have trust online, people who have built audiences organically and using them as the conduits for this credible information to teach people this is how you verify information. But now you need literally a Fungwa for every single social issue we have, which as it stands now is next to impossible. But I would say we probably need to start with the point at which people are learning, people are consuming information. We need to plant the understanding that not everything you see online is credible, and this is how you can verify this information for yourself.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you for that. And I think at that point, let me bring in Wanjiru as well from Fungwa. It's very related to capacity building, training of journalists. From your work in the last elections, what are some of the lessons you learned, and what more can we do?
Thank you very much for that question. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, I like that. Okay. So the lessons that we learned, I like what Eric said about Kenya being a low-trust society, which for me, it was a bit of a paradox how we can be a low-trust society and then we somehow manage to vote the way we voted. And I say this because there's a lot to be said about knowing that someone is going to lie to you and then we elect them into office. So what then does that do to how we interact with government? What then does that do to what is the what is the information that the government is putting it out, and how do we react to that information? How do we participate democratically? What happens? Like what conversations are we having now that we have, like blatantly elected, an administration that we use as a propaganda administration? Another thing that we learned, with the work that we did, that amplification is very, very important. That it doesn't matter what good work you're doing, it's important for you to amplify, because we know that the lie moves much, much, much faster than the truth. And so for us, even as and anyone working within the information space, it is not that we do not know how to fact check, it is how do we amplify this thing. In a world of lies, in a world of so many things that are happening, how do we amplify it? If we're going to do any reports, if we're going to develop any kits, if we're going to develop any resources, how do we make sure that these resources actually get to the people? And I think that was the greatest lesson, and also the greatest challenge. How do we reach as many people as possible? We also learned there's also something to say about collaboration, because we are a collaborative journalism project. And when we look at this and disinformation, it cannot be one bullet killing everything that is going on. So it has to be collaborative. There's training, there's amplification, there's developing of resources and research, all of these things. So we really found out that misinformation and disinformation is very wide, and that you cannot use one thing to try and tackle it. So there's a lot of collaboration that needs to be done. Collaboration with the media, collaboration with the civil society, collaboration with professionals like doctors and people who are professionals at things that are actually affecting people with regards to misinformation. Just the other day we released a report on online scams that are affecting women, and that is how you see that it is important for us to collaborate, because it's not a responsibility of the journalists or civil society only, but everyone in the profession, where there's an opportunity for people to be mis and disinformed. So I think I'd really emphasize on collaboration and understanding that information is not a vacuum, that all of us have something to do and a role to play in tackling mis and disinformation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Alan, the theme of this year's Democracy Day is powering the next generation. You represent young people, you also work with young people. Disinformation, creates a climate of uncertainty and distrust. And what we see in Kenya is that the system is designed to drive citizens away from public forums and to throw their hands in the bewilderment at the onslaught of misleading and contradictory information that they come across. And the key to this are young men and women, mostly in urban settings, unemployed and therefore with lots of time to spend online. And in the process, they amplify disinformation, either wittingly or unwittingly. So from your perspectives, and the audience is primarily young people, how can we empower the next generation with respect to disinformation to be critical thinkers, to grow up knowing how to distinguish fiction from fact, to have these essential critical thinking skills that are essential in terms of understanding misinformation and disinformation?
Thank you so much. My name again is Alan Chacha. I'm the CEO of COSMO, that is Universities and Colleges Student Peace Association of Kenya. First, I'll begin by saying that one, I'm a youth, I'm still a youth. I wish you would have seen my picture just in 2015 when I was born. In 2015, I was a student. Of course, I must submit that maybe I'm slightly older than most of you, but I can't tell you that I'm a youth. I'm maybe so in regard to how we can be able to empower our young people, the first thing is we actually need to create this kind of forums, because without proper information, there is nothing completely you can be able to do. Then number two, I think in terms of the older generation, also need to trust the youth and give them space to really implement their ideas without a lot of distrust. And I speak this from a point of fact, Because when I was founding the organization, I think there was a lot of challenges that we faced. One, by that time I was a student, serving as a student leader. And then you'll find that you will go, people will really think that this is a very good idea. They will actually tell you that write a concept, bring the next thing. After 1 week or so, you find that the same person you went to present the idea, the same person is implementing the same idea without even with mistakes. And this is one of the things that has made many young people actually shy away from one presenting their information. And with that one, you find that more young people are not actually being empowered. In regard to the social media, because this is the topic of the day, I think as young people, we also it's according that we need to come out, we need to speak for ourselves. And you cannot, if you sit and you don't speak, I can tell you, nobody will give you that platform. I'll give an example. In 2017, I worked in the universities. I coordinate activities in universities, college activities. In 2017, we realized that voter registration was taking place while students were on session. And while the registration was taking place, you could only be able to register in the institute, in where the BVR kits are. For example, if you register in Nairobi, that means you vote in Nairobi. And how many students come from different places? A university is the face of Kenya. So we went to IBC and told them that you are doing voter registration. The time that our students are on session, we want you to open BVR kits so that the student will be able to register in the institution. And once they have registered, then you allow them to vote from their places. Of course, it was very difficult because it was a policy issue. It took a lot of time. But the last week of the 2017, IEBC accepted and took the BVR kits. Then from there, I think this time we saw the registration, at least in 2022, they took the entire. But again, in the process, we realized that one, majority of the students have never participated in, for example, even in election. Number two, also they have never participated as observers. We went to IBC and told them, we want you to empower and accredit students so that for the first time they can be able to participate as observers. The IBC accepted and accredited 400 observers, and I think we want to, close it. And these young people, they got a platform for them to be empowered. And why am I bringing all this? I'm bringing all this just to trigger the mind of all of us, especially the stakeholders, the donors, and all this. That one, you need to create a platform for these young people, and don't say, our money, we think that if we give you money, you don't have system. If you do this, that is the language that most people have used, just to make a young person as a mobilizer. But we are not mobilizers. Young people are not mobilizers. Give them that mistake and allow them to implement while they mentor. And that is the only way you'll be able to empower this generation, and you will be able to get the Kenya that you want. Viva Kenya, viva! Viva! Viva Kenya, viva! Viva! Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. That's a good segue. You mentioned election observation to bring in William Musau, who was the lead of non-state actors observation program. And from your perspective and your observation findings before, during, and after elections, how did this information manifest itself? And what are some of your findings, and what did you recommend moving to the future in the next election?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Our work as election observers is basically to monitor electoral processes, to be able to give people how we feel based on the information that they collected, how the election is conducted. Now, in terms of the 2022 election, and the other thing about it when coming to class in this one, is everything that they say. The issues from
we can't hear you. Pardon. We can't hear you. Too low.
Manisikia sasa? Ni mic. Let's go, baby. It's supposed to do its work. Anyway, yeah, I was saying that the work of election observers is to ensure that we track our process, we collect data on an electoral process, so that we're able to give an opinion. Got. Moving forward. To other people. Last, the money process, the money industry, then the elections. Which one has much more lies between the two? How come we are not, we don't get so much light to when it comes to our money issues? But we have fake information about our banks, or we run to the bank, we collect our money because something has happened. There's a cultural issue. There's a cultural issue the way we conduct ourselves. We trust some institutions, we don't trust other institutions. So my last recommendation, therefore, especially on matters to do elections, is that for IEBC, where my friend Silas and our good colleague was in the morning, is to ensure there's transparency, ensure there's a people-centered approach to the conduct of elections. IEBC saying, so that hakuna brokers of katikati, because the minute you put brokers in between the agency which is supposed to conduct elections and the people, we are inviting bad political manners, which was spoken about very eloquently in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really insights there. Moving to the next step, which is more of looking at the future. What does the future hold? You know, this information is very economically paying. It is profitable for many people who are involved. And in Kenya, we even have the so-called keyboard warriors. So in terms of the next steps, starting with you, Alan Namu, looking at the information ecosystem, the role that journalism plays, and by the way, in Kenya, media and civil society are the most trusted institution. So the trust already is there, particularly with respect to media and the civil society. But what else can we do in order to have a robust, information ecosystem that can be equal to the task?
Okay, so there's 2 or 3 things. The first is what we are doing here, which is talking about it, right? So as far as we can, we need to really educate one another about what these things are, what they mean, and how they manifest in each of our lives. The second is culture. Ule put it very eloquently. If we want our country to change, the first thing that we do isn't to change our leaders. Changing leaders is like changing clothes, right? But you can change clothes and still smell bad. You know, you really need to be able to, you need to be able to take a shower, take a bath, and then now you'll be able to change something about yourself, which is culture, right? But the third, and this might be something that we know some people disagree with, is the place for profit in a business is the same place where people complain the most. So if misinformation and disinformation is a place where people are constantly complaining, then it means that someone can profit from it. Now, someone is already profiting from it. You mentioned troll farms, you mentioned people just creating misinformation, misinformation, malinformation, etc. What's the flip side to that? Who are the people who can then now make their names out of profiting or from giving you, credible information? It sounds like credible information should be a public good, but because we are a low trust or even low trust society, a trustless society, and it's not just Kenya, but across the world. Why is it that people are looking at Bitcoin, for instance? Because they don't trust, they don't trust their own currencies. They don't want to be conned. Why is it that people are turning to technology, artificial intelligence, etc., to be able to do certain things for them? It's because they do not trust, one another. So who are the people who are going to emerge as the new champions of leading credible information, etc.? It should be journalism, because that's been our job traditionally. But I can tell you it won't be journalism, because journalism itself is also under threat. It is under-sourced, it's under-resourced, it's under-trained, it's spread too thinly. So we either build up the capacity of journalists to be able to do this long-term, widespread, or find the commercial value in creating pools of credible information. that's how then things can move forward. I think the other thing is really about thinking about the impact of artificial intelligence. I can't remember who it was on the panel. I think it was Yuki Kuti who said it, right? So thinking about the impact of artificial, it's going to change our lives in very, very fundamental ways, specifically the information ecosystem. We have to not only think about it, but participate in building our own organizations, our own platforms that then we can trust, right? There's one thing to be in a trustless, environment, but what's worse is that we have platforms where people, run by people and organizations that really don't care about whether you're misinforming a Kenyan during an election. It means that the development and the innovation for what comes next must come from here, must come from Africa, it must come from young people, right? So instead of giving all of your data to TikTok or giving all of your data to Twitter and what have you, you really need to start thinking about and supporting those people who are innovating around solutions to the problems that you face on a daily basis, to the things that you know, right? To answer about because if we do not do that, we will not only be left behind in terms of misinformation, etc., we'll continually be victims, but we'll also be left behind in the global race to be able to define what our future is. So again, there's a lot, it's a big question that you're asking, but there's really a few things that we need to do. But of all of these things, if we were to start somewhere, the first place is where Mule ended. It is with culture. Cultures create societies. Societies create civilizations. Civilizations create legacy. What is your legacy as a young person? Being able to create the new culture, right? The things that you're doing today, like what happened in Eldoret, right? With a young lady questioning the senator, etc. Those things, those habits, those create cultures. Make sure that the positive cultures that you're creating around the information ecosystem are such that you can leave them to another generation to pick up from there. Because, as I will tell you, you will not be young forever. You won't be young forever. You're sitting here now, you are aging, you are Zetokemi, right? So use the time and the energy that you have today to create the legacy for tomorrow. You guys, you messed up, leave the stage, it's our turn.
Thank you so much. At this point, we will bring in questions. We have audiences joining us virtually from different locations. We'll also have a few questions from the floor here, so you should be ready with your questions or comments to any of our panelists.
Okay, so we can begin with our online audience. Remember, we've got Marsabit, we have Mombasa and Kisumu who are joining us virtually. So if you could please, Abdul, have the questions here. This is from Bulo James, says, my name is Jamal from Marsabit. If most of our elected leaders are not adhering to the rule of law, how can we embrace democracy? Okay. Important question there. That's from Marsabit. I think we had some questions from Kisumu and Mombasa as well. If you could have those, and then we can take 2 or 3 from the floor. Ochieng Bang says the executive has captured the legislature with members of parliament dancing to the presidency's guitar. Who then can be trusted with the role of providing oversight? And is this trend good for our Olympic democracy? That's Ochieng Bang from Kisumu. Thank you so much for that question. And we have our final question from Mombasa. From Kisumu. This is Imelda Miyere from the great county of Kisumu. Says, I'm interested in knowing the position and way to move regarding young people, specifically women in leadership. I'm a young woman interested in politics, but my ambitions have been met by me being unmarried and young. How can we as a nation move past this so that more young people, especially women, can comfortably compete with the likes of Anyang' Nyong'o without our efforts being thwarted? Thank you. Okay, maybe we start with those and then we'll take one question from here. This is a large audience, maybe 2 from here and 1 from the end.
From the back, I think the first question was more on the title, and the next one on law, the role of law and the legislative capture. Caroline, do you want to respond to that?
All right. Let me first start by making a comment, and especially because we have many IT people here. When we were doing computer classes, we used to say garbage in, garbage out, and that really is how I would summarize the value system of the country. That what we are seeing online is what's also happening offline. So think about some of these issues as Moshene in different versions, you know, accurate, inaccurate, with salt, without salt. And if you don't address those issues offline, even when it comes to issues of content creation, content moderation, what you're sharing online, how you're defaming or misaligning or maligning other people's reputations, that's not likely to change. So just then to say that even as we are thinking of regulations and legislations, we really have to think about the value sets that Mule and John Allen have talked about. Coming to the question, I'll start the last one with from Uchie. Separation of powers is just about, you know, oversight and legislative capture. It's a thing that we have spoken about. If you looked at our latest scorecard that was released in June, it's one of the concerns that we addressed. And we do know that the Constitution provides for separation of powers. And this is important because if you do not have your member of parliament asking the hard questions about where your budgets are going, who is being appointed, are they vetting the right people into office, are they making laws that address citizen needs, then you find yourself having an issue. But having said that, Kenya is you know, political party system. Political parties have a lot of sway, and what you are seeing now, if you look at the current parliament, for example, there's almost an absolute majority in terms of the ruling party, and we also have the thing of the ruling party, that's the executive, also has a majority in parliament, so that complicates issues. Having said that, I think then citizens and civil society organizations such as ourselves have a very key role to play in watching the watchman. That's how we frame ourselves, that we watch, because the parliament is supposed to be the watchman over the executive. There needs to be another layer of a watchman who is keeping an eye on what parliament is doing, who is keeping an eye on executive decisions that are slipping through parliament and calling those out. So being able to advance accountability and demand for accountability, and that really then ties on to the first question. How do you ensure that in an environment where there's no adherence to the rule of law, someone is keeping the leadership accountable? Citizens come in. So, during the Olao's dance, you know, there was talk about recall. What are some of the provisions? And for us as an institution, we believe that's part of the work that we do. When we tell you whether your member of parliament is working or not working, we are asking you make a decision or demand more than what you are currently getting. So to say that it's not lost, we must continue to demand separation of powers between the three arms of government and the two levels of government. But even as we are doing that as citizens and civil society organizations, we do our role by making sure that we have the right information and therefore making sure that the information we have is accurate, asking the questions, participating in those sessions, demanding that the participation then is meaningful and not tokenistic, and working in partnership with the media. A lot of the work that civil society organizations do finds itself on pages of the newspaper, because that's why we demand accountability. And for example, now if you look at the Tuesday example, you could see that, you know, you had CSS in one room, you had colleagues from civil society organizations in another room, debunking the information. And so creating these sort of partnerships then becomes very critical to ensure that even though the constitutional provided process may not be working so effectively, there's a third way that we are doing things to demand accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. And Musa, you want to add something?
Just a quick one. Anybody who breaks the law in a democracy is not a Democrat. So stop asking a question about somebody who is not a Democrat. Democracy is for the future, is for the young people, embrace it. Those who do not practice it, let's not have them as our leaders. Secondly, on the question of the members of parliament who are jumping ship from one side to the other, they ought to resign. It's a very simple story. Resign, go for re-election, come back with a party that you want to support you and represent your people. Again, simple.
Great. And then there was a question on gender. You want to take that? I know we also have a number of he for she's here, but comment on that.
Yes, the question of gender with regards to democracy, I think I'm going to talk about it with regards to the online space and how the digital space treats women with opinions or women with a public-facing career. Unanisikia? Unasikia hamsikii? Na sasa? Okay. Okay, so the thing about, there's something we call gender disinformation, where like everybody faces cyberbullying and cyber harassment. But then when it comes to women and when it comes to young women, or when it comes to women with a public-facing career or public-facing opinions, there's a sort of cyberbullying that happens to women that does not like necessarily happen to men. So I'm talking about sexist and misogynistic attacks, which we have seen on the rise, especially from the last election and this election. And the thing that I usually say about online gender-based violence is that violence is violence. It doesn't matter whether it is, it doesn't matter the platform that you're using. So we've seen a rising case of women being attacked, and not just women politicians, but even in the recent past, we've seen celebrities like Asia being attacked. And I really want to appreciate the fact that we are starting to take these kinds of people to court. We are starting to understand that you can block people who are constantly insulting you. We are starting to understand that it is also possible for you to attack back. But when it comes to attacking back, you must attack back with the awareness that you might be attacking back at a mad person. So you attack back and then they attack you back in a way that would send you to hospital. So I usually advise that with a pinch of salt. Sometimes attacking back require awareness. So I appreciate the fact that that some of these bullies are being taken to court. And I also want to speak even about platform accountability. We've seen platforms coming out to say that we protect women and we do that. But every time there's a rise, for example, I think a month ago we were trying to handle a case of young women whose online pictures had been shared. Whose group pictures had been shared online. And we had a really long back and forth with the platforms trying to get them to bring that down. So there's also the thing of platform accountability, which we need more people to speak about with regards to protecting the most vulnerable people using the online platforms. Another thing that I'm very, very concerned about is TikTok. And I'm concerned about TikTok because of the kind of content that we're seeing on TikTok. TikTok has sort of revolutionized, how we do content. We're seeing more content in native language, in mother tongue, in vernacular languages. So what that means is that everything that we are doing, in the online space with regard to cyberbullying, we must think about doing that in other languages. So if we're talking about mental health, online mental health, we must talk about online mental health in Kikuyu, online mental health in Kigiriama, because a lot of the people who are now producing the content on TikTok are doing that in the language. So how do you communicate that to them in a way that they will understand? Mis and disinformation is also being done in vernacular. So if we are doing all this work in English, we are excluding a very, very large number of people. So there's a lot of work to be done. We don't have all the answers, and there's also not one solution for what is going on in the online space. The online space is another reality of its own, which is a reflection of our own reality. Which is a reflection of what is going on in the offline, in the offline environment. So whatever laws and rules that we have in the offline world must be transferred onto the online world. And I think there's also the need to also understand how do we consume information, how do we learn, how to learn about information. There's also any different languages.
Wonderful. At this point, we'll have questions from the floor. Can we take any questions from the floor?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Halima Kahia from Wajir County. I have two questions. One goes to IEBC. When it comes to election, we come from an area which is 90% voter assistance. And this voter assistance
we have a very big challenge when it is the IEBC officials who are marking for them. And they usually take advantage of the illiterate pastoralist community, whereby they don't allow their next of kin to mark for themselves. And we have seen that has led to a lot of gender violence, whereby the husband and the wife collide because already he knows whom she voted for. So as an IEBC, is there any mandate that allows voters to be assisted by the next of kin so that the information is not shared openly? My second question goes to Eric. Eric, thank you. I'm a frequent user of PesaCheck. I've been trained on fact-checking by Code for Africa. And the fact information on PESA tool is factual, informative, but it can become misinformation. Background, bit tofauti. So how can we incorporate in the tool what is being implemented at the counties, because it is totally different? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, because of time, we have to end the questions from the floor there. So if the panelists could please respond, and then we can conclude with this session. Unfortunately, because of time, we have to be out of there exactly 5.
Yes. Thank you for that question, madam. And I think your question is very valid, and I understand where you are. I think it's more of a voter awareness or education on that aspect, because the law as it is currently provides that a voter can nominate anybody to assist him or her, so that you can come with your spouse or your next of kin to come and assist you if you are assisted voter. So it is an issue of awareness about the provisions in the law, so that the voters during voter education, I think that message needs to be emphasized. So that it is at the worst case, if the voter does not come with an assistant, then it is the responsibility of the election official or the presiding official to assist. So I think it's an issue of awareness. And then the agents, with the agencies available to witness that assisted voter. Thank you. And then
yeah, thank you. It's good to hear that you've been using PesaCheck. So PesaCheck is a tool by Code for Africa that has all the information on budget allocations from the national government to the counties, and also all the information from the county annual and integrated development plans. So it's really important for you to get this information. It's public, but a lot of times when the government is sharing these things, they put it out in like 60-page PDF documents. So what we're doing, or what Code for Africa is doing now, is taking this information and making it accessible to you as the ultimate beneficiaries of these allocations. So when you ask about it potentially becoming misinformation, this information is drawn directly from the documents that are published by the government. So one of the ways that you can use this information is you can go to the public hearings and the platforms where public participation happens, and then you ask, like it says here that you allocated, say, 5 billion to building schools, but we're not seeing any schools being built. What does that mean? So that you're not going into a public participation forum to just ask questions without any information, but you actually have the information you can use. And then also for journalists who are then able to see this is how much money was allocated to this specific function, but let's say if it's hospitals and medicine, there's no medicine in these hospitals, but money has been allocated and it's been recorded as spent. So how can you use this information that is already publicly available to hold the government accountable? And then it's also good that the ombudsman was here, because one of the things that happens is if this information is not published, you can go and ask for it, and then they're required by the law to respond to you within 21 days. So there's a lot of tools and a lot of data, a lot of information that you can use as a citizen to hold the government accountable. And then one of the things that politicians and other public figures will do is they will go and say, we can't build a road, or we can't build a school, we can't do this particular thing because we haven't gotten money from the national government. But it shows you how much money is actually in your county accounts. So how can you, as someone who lives in a particular ward, see how much money has been allocated. Because as has been said a lot of times on this today, democracy goes beyond just elections. It's about using the information you have to benefit yourself and the people around you. How are you able to, and this also answers the question I was coming from soon, how can you engage as a citizen with the government that's in place? How can you, as someone who has access to this information, then take it to the places that don't have access to internet, for example, places that don't have access to these documents, and tell them, you're meant to have this. This is not a favor that the government is doing, they're required by law to do this. So you should take this information and be a fact checker wherever you are or wherever you live, so that when it's time for accountability, you have all the information, you can use it for your own benefit. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Eric. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all we have time for. Let us give it up for our great panelists. Once again, I wish you a great, happy International Day of Democracy. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give this panel a round of applause. A fantastic job, well done. Thank you very much, Willis, definitely for moderating this panel. Now, if you have any questions for the panelists that are still here, please find them and you can interact with them. But because of time, we really have to move quickly. Panelists, before you leave, please take a marker and sign on the democracy pledge. Just put your signature there. You can read it first and then put your signature. Okay, at this point, I'd like to call Chelimo Njoroge from Forum Civ to come and give us the vote of thanks and also to speak a bit about the democracy pledge that our panelists and many before them have signed this.
Thank you very much, Mike. Viva democracy, viva! Viva! Viva democracy, viva! Viva! Thank you very much. I still see you on energy kidogo. So Biko and I will, in the same tempo, take the democracy pledge. Sawa sawa? Yeah. So if you cannot see, I will try and read as much. But what I'd finally present. In the spirit of St. Hallelujah in the morning, Hallelujah in the morning, forward with empowering the next generation, forward! Forward! Oh, I'm using the wrong hand. I'm on a comrades, a concern. Forward with empowering the next generation, forward! Forward! Forward with empowering the next generation, forward! Forward! In the same breath, we will take the democracy pledge, so I ask you to stand. And you will use your left hand to take this pledge with me, okay? Yeah. So this democracy pledge is as was read in the morning at 9. And we're saying, forward with upholding democratic values, forward. Forward. Forward with promoting inclusive governance, forward. Forward. Forward with fostering peaceful coexistence, forward. Forward. Forward with protecting freedom of expression, forward. Forward with supporting responsible leadership, forward. Forward with promoting social justice, forward. Forward with engaging in civic responsibility, forward. Comrades, forward in engaging in civic responsibility, forward. Forward in nurturing a culture of empathy and compassion, forward. Forward in embracing sustainable development, forward. Forward in spreading the spirit of democracy, forward. Viva comrades, viva! Viva! Viva democracy, viva! 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 Viva defending democracy, viva! Viva! Amala! Amala! Thank you very much. If I'm butchered, comrades, forgive me. If you have taken that plate when we finish, kindly put here, you will put this up in our office and it will
know what we have pledged.
Viva Mama Viva! Viva Mama Viva!
Thank you very much, Comrades. So, ladies and gentlemen, Viva Comrades, Viva! Viva! Viva Democracy, Viva! Viva! On behalf of Francine and the organizing committee, who I would like to ask to come in front here, Francine and the organizing committee, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude for each of you who has joined us today to celebrate the International Day of Democracy 2023. So, a tap on the back for being here, coming. To yourself. So, thank you very much. If you are part of the committee or working for AMSIF, kindly make your way forward. We believe that this is a significant occasion that serves to remind us the paramount importance of democracy in our globe today and in our country. So thank you for each of you coming out in your diversity to be with us today. Kindly, if you work with AMSIF or in the organizing committee, please come forward. Oh, kwa Kiswahili, kama umekuwa kwa mpangilio au ufanya kazi kwa mradi wa AMSIF, kindly come forward. So we are deeply thankful to each one of you, to our speakers, to our panel, and everyone who has shared insightful experiences and learnings with us today in shedding the light of our role as citizens, active citizens in a democratic world. I also want to express heartfelt gratitude to the MC Mike. Makofi, one clap for Mike. And to our moderators, Nerima and Lilis, one clap for them. And to all the dedicated team behind planning for this International Day of Democracy tirelessly, and they are now here, I believe. We have planned this together with the 4 organizations who are running the remote audiences. So a big clap for the host of the Mombasa remote audience, Haki Africa, to Sita Lushamame Tena, the host for the remote audience in Kisumu, and for the 2 hosts in Marsabit, Sako Accountability Forum and IFPC. And to the committee members, yes. We had 7 organizations. So we have here Ian for Creative Skills, Makofi, all the powerful artists and activists that you have had, courtesy of Creative Skills. We're working close together with Badili Africa. Thank you, Fradina. Today is her birthday. Do what you may with that information. Yes. So thank you very much, Badili. We've also been working very closely with Haki Africa, and this is Javed. Thank you very much. We work very closely to plan this with the Youth Cafe. We have Mike and Esther here. Yes, they have played a critical part. Bully Media, and most of you know them for their show, XYZ Show, have been very instrumental in this. So we have Jackie and Anne here. Thank you very much. And I'll say finally, I'm checking at the commission. But finally, we have African Uncensored. Catherine and a team that has nice African Uncensored t-shirts. So thank you very much. So this team has worked with AMSIF to plan this day. One of the main key responsibilities for AMSIF is to defend democracy, and we take this with utmost, we take the responsibility keenly, working together with other civil society organizations. So here, as my colleagues, we have Jackson, our regional manager. We have Sina in our communications team. We We have Gloria in our programs team. The two young people, Silas and Gloria, have really worked on this event. And yes, we can tell that we have a generation that is already being empowered. We have Margaret, who is in our programs team. Nico, also in our programs team. We have Abdul Latif Omar, who is in our communications team. And Abdul has done a lot of weightlifting together with the partners, the communication angle, so we thank them. And finally, we have Titus, who is part of our programs team. So we just wanted to say thank you and keep encouraging you to be present and be active citizens in our country, even in this time where democracy seems to be fading away. So on behalf of the team, we want to thank you so much for coming and being part of this International Day of Democracy 2023. And may the fire continue burning. When you listen to Olal and the team, and together with the activists, there's a sense of ownership of this country, and may we never be complacent, but be active citizens. Senior? Yeah. So, welcome. Viva comrades, viva! Viva! Viva democracy, viva! Viva! Thank you very much, and with that we come to the close of the event, but not until we hear Slim, Shaka, to rap, put a bow on this with a poetry piece. So Slim Shaka Karibu, as a committee team, please sign the democracy pledge as you go down.
Viva democracy, viva! Viva! They say the fight of a people against power is the fight of the people against forgetting. And this piece explains just that, the fight against forgetting. Now put a gun to my head, for a sad poem runs these streets. Tell me, who wrote it? A poem so mysterious that it made Ouko's death exactly that. The poem with the listed names of the killed and maimed of fighters got tamed that day. Who killed them? Rest in peace, O Lord Jordan. At the bottom of what these men love, political survival is carved into hate their hearts, like a complex sculpture, living life in frames of a poor trade lies, painted in the true colors of a sad poem. But who wrote it? Who ate us alive and still cried wolf? Who murdered our mothers and still played golf? Who kills the youth and blames it on the roof, and the rope takes away all our hope, turning youths into corpse? Tell me who? Who stole our land? Who betrayed Gideon Kimathi? Who killed General Banmungi? Who let the dogs out to fight the truth? Who killed Tom Mboya? Who killed Tom Mboya's killer before justice made a kill? Tell me who? Again, who stole our land? Who killed Saitoti before the plane could land? Who kills and masks it? Who puts you in a white casket? Rest in peace, my professor. We have death. Aftermath processors, we have debt in depth. We have economic depressors. For a sad poem reigns and it runs the streets now. Tell me, who wrote it? Who makes the truth a death trap? Who makes the youth look like crap? Whose frustration could make your heart stop? Now who makes this feel dangerous? Tell me, who tried to frame kill Mutata? Who tried to kill Patrice Lumumba? Who kills and sings Hakuna Matata? Are they the ones that killed Jacob Zuma? Or are they the ones that slap newborns with pills? The ones that don't care how it feels, dying in a hospital where treatment is sealed, in a country where corruption seals everything on actually depends? And tell me who? Who has the power to kill just for you? Who could kill you just for power? Who lies to the public? Who steals from the public? Who doesn't use what's public? Who thinks he owns the republic? Who even kills in public? Reminds me of the sad faces. The faces we only see at places where death touched what hearts love. We are hopeful in our pain, no suffering in heaven. We seek healing in our graves, like faith is a disease for the blessed and the deceased, for they know what heaven is. Oh God, there's always something good about the dead, nothing good about dying. These bleeding wounds lose more than just blood. Dear Lord, fight back. Rest in peace, Kyoga Mapito. Here, to seek freedom is to seek a different path where you meet death when you're awesome. Here, to seek freedom is to seek a different math. You find X, you find Malcolm. It's homophone for homicides, a corrupted rhythm, a forced suicide. Sometimes it sounds like Baby Pendo, sometimes it sounds like Nsando. Rest in peace. Every martyr knows no good deed goes unpunished. It's a sad poem, and he died in the line of duty. Rest in peace. Now you be careful. You don't want to be thrown off a 4-story stanza. Be careful. You don't want your throat alliterated. Be careful. You don't want metaphors shot right through your heart. Because this poem is for the wicked men who will use your tears to quench their thirst, for they never identify with the victims of their actions. Rest in peace, Lawyer Willie Kimani. You are remembered. For good leaders don't kill, just the opposite happens. It's sad that our politics are always in tune with those who grieve these killings, are always in a perfect consonance with the rhythm of a sad poem, a poem written after every 5 years. You tell me, who wrote the sad poem?
Who is this? Slim Shaka. Tupige makofi tafadhali. One last announcement from Chelibu.
Thank you very much. That is the first week of December. Because Hello? Yes. But in the first week of December, we'll be having the Human Rights and Democracy Festival. So keep your ear on the ground.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's event, but remember you can still carry over the conversation online using which hashtags? If you are mobilized by any of the organizations who have been key in this event, please see whoever mobilized you immediately after this. But remember, let's keep the conversation going. Hashtag IDD 2023, hashtag Empowering Next Generation, and hashtag Viva Democracy. Okay, are you ready to party? Are you ready for some music? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome DJ Shiki atupatie mziki sherehe yake. Hapa vipi? Let's go. My name is Michael Shina wa Video MC. God bless you. God bless you. If you have not signed the pledge, please make your way to the stage and sign the pledge. If you have not signed the pledge, please make your way to the stage and sign the pledge.